guess it's time to... Oh... actually do the buff quests for the characters who got buffed. Probably go to the moon a bit. Now we start unlocking Sandy's stuff. Well, I need to remember to do that. Let me jot something down, perhaps. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really in a position where we can actually use Sandy yet. I don't really want to make... And why does it keep... Streamlabs no longer... It used to remember your window size, but it resets it every single time you open the app now. Not remembering window size. It's shrinking. It won't save loud in size. Should remember the window size, but it just can't remember the window size. Yeah, it just doesn't happen ever, period. They're never going to fix that, apparently. Okay. Actually, I think it might be... They might have fixed it for Windows 11, but I'm literally never going to update to Windows 11. It's just, there's no reason to do that. It will never be a good idea to do that. Not when literally all of the code in Windows 11 is literally AI generated. No, it's crazy. Because they had to backpedal and continue doing security updates for Windows 10, which I'm still on, which they wanted to phase out completely, just because Windows 11 was largely unusable. It was just that bad. But it... I mean, what's going to replace it? Because, I mean, no one's going to start using Linux. Just everything's just bad forever? I mean, honestly, that's the most likely outcome, because nothing is good. Not anymore. Nothing has to be. But, my goodness. Ah. The fact that Sandy has a somewhat similar Nefer cancel tech, and is also a sort of, you know, 3 beams in the same way you get 3 charge attacks per skill use for Nefer, it's throwing me off, because you have to do a, you know, a cancel with an E instead of a cancel with a dash. It's screwing me up. Ugh. Let me continue. My goodness. Last night I mined a bunch of rainbow drop crystal ore around here to do another run of 40 quote-unquote free weapon crystals. Again, it's gotta level Sandy's, and from that point onwards, its next patch, obviously, it's Odette's and Mizuki signatures, though apparently Alyosha actually makes good use of the Sneznaya craftable polearm. Whatever that's going to be in practice. I think it's got some buffing capability. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how versatile they make or don't make the other 5 stars, because again, Sandy is going to get Stellar Scroll next patch. You know, they didn't not give it to her because she was going to be Stellar Conduct only, which I kind of expected, and I figured we'd just get Cryo and then Electro, Animo, Dendro, DPS, on-fielders of... tailored for every reaction. So instead of just having 1 team, I guess, or 2 options for the off-field and DPS slot for the given reaction as we did with Lunar, we'd get 2, I guess. But it seems more along the lines of DPS and off-field are maybe going to get a Cryo and then other element character, you know, because if they did it the other way, then they would have a truly preposterous number of specifically Cryo characters over the next patch cycle, which I guess wouldn't be impossible strictly, but we already have a good amount just from... Cryo is still the element in the game with the most characters. Even though Cry was largely irrelevant in its patch cycle, we still got 2 characters in it. That said, it's probably maybe a little better to count Sandy more resistant as not a preview character than a not Cry patch cycle character. Same kind of deal with Nefa, but still. And it's just the other herbal. Whatever. Already got the herbal tea. I got the coffee she sometimes gets last night. Let me see some things. Yeah. This is the other one. Hello there. It's nice that it goes directly to the side, honestly. So let's just run some more away lines so that we can get Alyosha, and I think it would maybe be a little nice to start just getting every character to 90 specifically. Because it doesn't take all that long to focus on talent materials or artifacts, really, but going for specifically... Ooh, I hit you. Well, whatever. There we go. Focusing on level is honestly proper. And I'd rather have everyone leveled so that when I care to get them artifacts, get them talents, there's a baseline, taking them up somewhat evenly so that I don't have to deal with things being excessively disproportionate. I don't know. Again, it kind of feel inclined to, again, wait for... Okay. Go. Dying too fast to actually get this skill. Waiting until Stygian finishes before I put a specific set for Sandy, and then we do Abyss, Theater, Stygian. Once she, and almost as important, Yai, can just pick up the best possible set. You know, I don't imagine they will introduce a generalist DPS set, but it does sort of raise the question of how stellar forces are. What I'm going to put on Sandy in the long run, because frankly her kit seems to work a little better with Stellar Conduct. Because Stellar Swirl is all about proccing the reaction by applying a bunch of Animo. So having an on-fielder who's just cryo, unless you have 2 off-field Animos, isn't going to work especially well. That also does mean that you probably want to build some energy recharge on Sucrose, if anything, so that she can actually use her burst somewhat regularly and trigger more swirls. Because again, cryo, Stellar Swirl works by... based on the number of swirls you trigger, it will basically, in the same vein as Eula Burst, add more stacks to a big AoE nuke. It's, instead of buff, they made Hexerai, they made a reaction that works like Eula's Burst, and Eula herself is still not benefited in any way, shape, or form from either. It makes you wonder whether they're preparing some sort of truly ludicrous Eula buff, or if she's just going to suck forever. It's kind of sad. Moon Gazing. Witch's Revelation, and so the witch began a new reading. The warp and weft of fate emerge through the ancient card spread. The case Barboath once carried has found its way into your possession. Within its sleep all the oracles, both those already revealed and those yet to open their eyes. Whether their words may one day steer the course of fate, Barboath would only say this, the true colors of fate are never meant to be revealed lightly. Besides, a future with secrets yet to unfold is far more delightful, would you not agree? You want Sitwali to sit on you? I did not expect something so forward. Free country. Did you get her? Revelations by chance. Take a little walk around. You discover a strange fortune-telling booth outside the city of Fontaine. So tell me, why are both Mona and Barboth showing up in Fontaine when both of them are Mondstadt characters? Just Hydro? Maybe. So again, it's... Oh goodness. I mean, do you have a guarantee? That's the real question. Yay, Chi-Chi. And a relatively mediocre Sandy whose artifacts aren't even fully leveled. And well, time has come, I suppose, to... Oh, reroll the double crit feather. Because this one rolled really, really terribly. Okay, that's good at least. Let's pray. Hey, that's pretty darn good. Actually, it's slightly less crit rate, because that's random too, but... Yeah, I don't have a double crit. Huh, well... This can also... Let's reshape this too. Can I? Okay, I guess. It's also marginally better. Man, that's... It is what it is, I guess. But I didn't get any good sands yet on this set. A real good circlet. That at least is good. That said, the next Abyss, the current Abyss uses her. But in the next Abyss, it's Lunar Charge one side and Stellar Conduct on the other. So, I mean, this will be fine, I guess. Interesting. I mean, the real question is... Do you have a way to hit the floating minis that the Stellar Conduct boss is going to have? Because it's... Sandrone's show is almost less about the reaction, because any cryo reaction that will break the ice up after you freeze its floating minions will put it in a position to... You know, it will stun it and break the shield, but if you don't have that kind of range, you have to directly hit the shield. You have to purely brute force it. To the point that you know, people were showing off some teams using Sandy as a dead slot for Sino or Thesly. Stellar Conduct. And they still had her doing her charge attack to hit the minis because it just wasn't really meaningfully doable otherwise. Oh! I didn't know Layla targeted them and... Huh? Wait. What the heck is... What? Oh, that's for Sunny Summer Fontinalia, isn't it? It's gotta be. Let me check. Big old boat. Where does Fontinalia event start? On that boat? Maybe. Happy Fontaine patch. And it, oh! Wow. That is a very large boat. What if we went there before the quest? Well, okay. Let's try going there before we start the event, which will be next week. Oh, interesting. But to be fair, if you use Charlotte there, then you have to use Charlotte, so... I mean... Witch's Revelation. The Witch's Revelation awaits the one who will uncover it. That's a convenient place. Well, Diona could just use her bow. That's... Some people thought, and there were some indications that we were going to get a Bargoth actual human model, and then that just didn't happen. And she's got something similar to the Lunar Arcana Orrery. However, it's going to look somewhat similar. Around the middle of next year, I should be able to complete this thing. Wonder what that's actually going to do in practice. Probably nothing. Stupid blue Dodoko. Okay. It is fun that you can just keep this going forever without any conditions. Oh, what is Paimon seeing things? Is that a Dodoko? Dodokoka. Paimon, we're in Fontaine. Probably just got Dodokos on the brain. No, there really is a Dodoko over there. It looks like, just like it looks like purple. Babero Susama. Didn't know he respected her enough to use that. Oh great, the Dodokos have finally risen up. We live in a society.
Oh yeah?
Oh my, what a coincidence this is. Traveler, Paimon. So we got the red Alice teapot. Why is there something so fishy about hearing such a powerful fortune teller use the word coincidence? All according to Keikaku. Perhaps, but it's no lie. This truly is a pleasant surprise. As a descender from beyond this world, the traveler's fate is not anchored into that. We're free, hence why most fortune tellers, including myself, are unable to predict your future. But happily, this particular coincidence couldn't have been any more fortuitous. I recently happened to glimpse a peculiar omen. Got some of those lunar arcana over there. Since I had some free time, I decided to perform a brief divination and follow the omen's course. Just for a spot of fun, you understand. I wonder if and when we'll get characters who are in multiple factions. Because given Barboas, well, I mean, now she's associated with Stellar too. But with her in the Lunar Arcana, unless these are going to be Stellar Arcana or something, I could see her having a moon wheel. Maybe. It's for a spot of fun, you understand. Oh yes, and while I was following this omen, I caught a few ethereal threads of fate and glimpsed the faces of their owners. Here, take a look for yourselves. Yeah. The interesting thing is the fact that despite... Oh, goodness. The Stellar Swirl set in 6.0... 7.0, I mean. Buffs. The Stellar Swirl DPS set that we're getting next patch buffs attack, which is part of why Mizuki actually prefers using Viridescent. Well, maybe. Well, they're assuming you're using Instructor on Sucrose, which I will never do. Probably just be double Viridescent, but... presumably... What's her name? The green Animo fairy girl with the Animo moonwheel from the trailer is going to be the attack scaling Stellar Swirl DPS and actually use that set. What level of constellations do you have? Because when Anniversary comes around, I'm going to have C2 just for free. And at that point, she gets very, very strong. Because she gets an additional EM multiplier added, gets some shred damage bonus to the rest of the team, which isn't crazy when you're running direct reaction damage, but it's still nice, especially the Swirl. She's going to be the only competent specific Stellar Swirl character next patch, because she's going to be the only on-field Stellar Swirl character with Animo. You know, the only other options are going to be Sandy and Cryo Traveler, which, funny. You know, it's unless you have a lot of good off-field Animo, it's going to be really hard to proc enough Stellar Swirls, because again, it's like Eula's Burst. You proc Stellar Swirls to buff up your big bomb, and then it detonates after enough time, or when you get enough and scales damage. But yeah, so when Annie comes around, you're going to get a C2 for free. Yeah. Here we are. Yume Gorp Gorp. These are all people we know. You sure? See, didn't I tell you someone with so many friends was bound to recognize them all? You know that voice, Alice? Another blue Dodoko in a different spot. Hi, you two. It's been a while, hasn't it? I thought I went ahead with Barbie's divination. Of course, she can do all the things the other witches can do, huh? The Almighty. And why are you blue? She's blue for an amazing reason. Indeed, if Alice hadn't insisted, I've treated these names as minor variables and discarded them from the divination. But then you would have missed out on this fun little excursion, wouldn't you? Besides, as witches, we couldn't possibly disappoint the little cuties involved in the prophecy, now could we? I thought Lisa wasn't part of the Hexen Circle. Well, it's the dream of every child to receive wonderful gifts, go on grand undertakings, and watch mysterious prophecies unfold. Just all to say, we simply had to see this one through. Zettai dame. And there's no point arguing with Alice. Anyway, if I can gather these minor variables together, I should be able to adjust my divination. Hi, Bala. Good morning. Good afternoon. Whatever time it is. So here I am, seeking them out, and if possible, offering them a little fortune-telling. So when will they be here? I don't have time to go around divining things like that, but I'm sure it won't be long. Is that why you've set up this stall? So you can sit and wait for them to arrive. I'm happy to hear you go out of work. Was it a better or worse day than usual? Or just bad as normal? You should take up a life of crime. Don't worry, I'm not just sitting around twiddling my thumbs. You don't have thumbs. This Dodeko is simply a stand-in. I'm still working on my research. That's right, and I installed sensors on Barbois and Dodeko. As soon as the right person shows up, she'll receive an instant notification. We have a Barbaron, but Barboth is the Barbie. I said you should take up a life of crime, so you don't have to be a retail Bala and suffer. And Dodeko will give a happy little wiggle to make sure our visitors are drawn on in. She set up phone push notifications, my goodness. Hello, what are you doing here? Take your arm off that, you'll knock my scry glass onto the floor. Hold that cup steady, I don't want you spilling hot chocolate on my manuscripts. They really got the telepresence. Alright, keep your hat on, just 1 second, there you go. Barbois, this one's yours, I hardly put any sugar in it, I promise. Happy 4th of July to you. You're having burgers today, right? When you say hardly any sugar, I can't help but feel like we're not speaking the same language. So Alice likes sugar in her tea. Back to business. After we followed up on Barbie's divination, I was hoping to gather everyone involved, that is, and throw a huge party. Grill the hot dogs. I mean, how else would he make them? Skewer them over a fire or put them on the gas station hot dog roller machine? I've even decided how we can send out the invitations. Don't worry, I've already picked out the most beautiful birds available. Yep, it's the birthday of Ball America. Picture it in the dead of night, a huge pure white bird flies through your window with a mysterious letter in its beak. And you open it and a whole new world appears before your eyes. Unfortunately, as I told Alice, doing that would only serve to disrupt the path of fate. Besides, dealing with such small prophecies is a real pain, so it's off the cards. You only really deal with cards. Well, it's 1/4 of the way to 1,000. It's 25% of the way. If you want to tell us, sure. We can all say, "Aw, poor Bala." Fate is such a spoil sport. Nevertheless, we can still have a party. When the time is right, I'll invite everyone myself. The Dramala. And as I do hate waiting for parties, Travel with Paimon, can I leave the job of bringing your friends here to the stall to you? Is that okay? Oh, then we'd be the ones disrupting the path of fate, right? Well, seeing as the people in the prophecy already have ties to the Traveler, in theory their fates already intertwined. Are they acquainted too? If the Traveler steps in to invite them and hurry things along, it shouldn't have too large an effect on the divination. Reliable as always. For the sake of the party, it's in your hands. I promise to save you the best seats closest to the cake. Whose cake? Something, something, the wrinklier the berry, the sweeter the fruit. Barbie, why are you tearing that paper apart? What are you doing? I never expect you to call yourself a young ho. The last time I saw someone say young ho was... I was gonna say, like, maybe you shouldn't say that because you're not black, but you did say that, like, racist Italians will call you the N-word, so I don't know, really. But, oh, was some tweet said saying that, like, their cousin or, like, niece was a young ho and was making mac and cheese, and after every single step would go back to her bed to lie down for 5 minutes. Barbie, why are you tearing that paper apart? What are you doing? I'm using it to plug my ears between you and Nicole. If my head isn't hurting, then my ears are. Oh, Miss Octavia. I wonder if we're ever going to actually see Octavia. Probably not. Witch's Revelation case. Complete Witch's Revelation related quest and unlock additional talents for the corresponding characters. Certain characters' skills and constellation effects will also change. Each Witch's Revelation quest is focused on a specific character. Obtain the corresponding character and increase your level to level 70 to unlock the related quests. Well, it's AAVE/Ebonics. It's black slang, which, depending on who you are in the situation, is kind of not passé, kind of a faux pas to use unless you're black yourself. That one friend who's too woke. Yeah. And it's all just in the case. Don't. I mean, I don't really mind. I'm just telling you that if you say that, people are probably going to assume some things, potentially. Miss Barbara, there's something the matter, traveler. If you're going to have your fortune told, I'm afraid this isn't a good time. As I said before, this Dodoco remains here before you, but there are a great many things that still demand my attention. There's nothing else. I've got research to continue doing. But please rest assured that a reminder will be sent to me when the person involved in the Oracle arrives, and I will make my way over in time. You should give your dog some earplugs. Goodbye, Haas. You have a pleasant day, Trap. And is she gonna stay here perpetually? For now, it kind of seems to be the case. Interesting. Right. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's... You learn slang through specifically Stan Twitter memes. And Stan Twitter is white, Asian, and Wasian women talking like white gay guys who talk like black women. It's through at least 2 layers of mediation. And oh, now this shows up. Cool. 7 sacred treasures. What if it was 3 sacred treasures and it was Kid Icarus Uprising? So all of them who've got something here. Interesting. It's kind of surprising how few 4 stars are involved. I guess they kind of figured that they could hedge their bets a bit because there are more regions involved, but still. Who should we start with? I guess we can do them in whatever order the case shows them. I guess. Still have uncompleted Witch's Revelation quests. Also, they look kind of similar, but you can see the angle's slightly different, actually. More similar to the books in that case. And Rowan's... Didn't see this dialogue, this description, as it changes after you beat the quest. Certain characters in certain stories like to search far and wide for the strongest foes to prove their strength against. Their understanding of power is akin to a fledgling bird collecting shiny stones. Fortunately, the Hex and Circle's latest friend is a character of a different sort. With regards to his not breaking into tears or suffering epiphanies on the spot, it truly is worthy of praise. After all, if he believed every pleasant remark he heard, well, he'd be too susceptible to trickery, and that would hardly help him live a long life. Is there some level of randomness that makes it tough? I'm not really familiar. Well, I will say, it does raise the question of whether he should be working that job if he's... Oh, and you got some Arcana. If he has an hour commute, but still. You can accept these all. So the first one is Rithesli. Warden's Instruction, which is Revelation of Warden's Instruction. Character Rithesli reaches level 70. You encounter Rithesli in Barbloth's fortune-telling booth. The Duke of the Fortress of Meripede appears to be one of the subjects of Barbloth's readings. Great Yokai's Instruction. Duty's Instruction. They said duty. He is a dog, too. Well, Instruction Beyond Dreams. Instruction of Curious Form. Special Blends Instruction and Voyaging Instruction. Counter Yaimiko, Yaifriko. Great Yokai of Inazuma. This General Mahamatra of the Academia. This yokai specializes in psychotherapy, so she's a great yokai. And I guess she's a mid-yokai. Sad, really. This herb gatherer from Boo Boo Pharmacy. This bartender from Mondstadt, and this ship captain from Liyue. And it... Huh? What quest is... Oh, it's setting it to... Why did it set it to Beto's? Was that random? That's weird. And it... The order is... different. Weird. Well, Rithesli's first there. Let's set this to focus mode. Telling him to grow some ballas? I thought you were the balla. Well. Big. One step closer to sit balla. But again, we've got cash flow. It'll be a while till we can upgrade this thing, though. Oh! Are you trying to admit some guilt here, or... I don't know. In America, at least, we all accept that while we're employed, we don't get to have social lives, so... Well, here he is. Homa. Counter Rithesli at Barbloth's fortune-telling booth. Oh well. Hello there, witty Trismegistus, which again... That's 3 times Mona Megistus, whatever. And again is Hermes Trismegistus. Let me see. Ah, interesting. A few things going on here. These ones aren't long. They're almost kind of test runs. Yeah, Hermes Trismegistus was a sort of the mythological originator of alchemy. Stated to have been from around Egypt, and notably was probably a kind of a conflation of Hermes and Thoth. It's interesting considering that they obviously know about Trismegistus, so they're using it in an astrological context instead of an alchemical context. Well, who's to say, you know, she's friends with an alchemist, at least one, as one of the witches. But, oh. Well, we got Thoth in the context of Sumeru. They haven't done any kind of Hermes-Thoth conflation. Well, the main thing, it wasn't his. It was someone else's party scheduled. I mean, it's because in Europe they ostensibly have labor rights and work-life balance. When I say that Americans accept that they don't get to have social lives as long as they're employed, and probably never will after they leave high school or college or even middle school, honestly, because no one gets to retire in this country, I wasn't saying that was a good thing. Oh, such perfect pronunciation, I can only assume we share a friend. A certain Miss Colombina recommended your services. Oh, interesting. How would he have met Colombina? Probably from the event. Yeah, I guess... This is presumably sort of spurred on by... Sandrone's Stellar Winchpin Resurrection, causing everyone to get stellarified or whatever. Well, we'll see what happens in the event when we actually do the event. Very unpredictable lady, that Miss Columbina. I'm sure her encounter must have been full of surprises. It sure was. Unpredictable is the perfect word. Yeah, but they're kind of assuming you've done the event, it seems. It's interesting that there's no sort of pop-up saying that they recommend you do the event first thing. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name is Rithesli. The Deux Soleils in the flesh. It's a pleasure to meet you. The Duke of La? No, the Underwater Duke. Mizu no shita. Yeah, underwater. The Underwater Duke. Okay. Why are you French? I wouldn't have thought such a great witch as yourself would have heard of me. I'm honored. They should really let you kill one person a week, Bala. Or perhaps you saw my arrival in the stars, Lady Trismegistus. Yeah, since we're already acquainted, let's dispense with the formalities. You can call me Barbara. Then please call me Rithesli. This isn't official business, so there's no need for titles. I'm just a regular citizen of Fontaine enjoying some time off the clock. And check some things. Yeah, Germany apparently just changed their sick leave policy to be a lot stricter and harder to use. I mean, look at us here in America, we don't really even have one. But people talking about that being the inevitable path of European social democracy in the 21st century as the quote-unquote imperialist super profits start to dry up. Please call me Rithesli. This is an official business, so there's no need for titles. I'm just a regular citizen of Fontaine enjoying some time off the clock. I came across some freshly baked conch madeleines on my way here. I hear witches enjoy a good tea party. Please take one. Oh my, this is a very popular dessert at our parties. I mean, did you tell him about that? I've been here for quite some time now and read the fortunes of a fair few people. But this is the first time anyone's come bearing gifts. Thank you, Mr. Rithesli. I'll make sure to share it with Alice and the others. Is that my ears? I feel tingling. Barbie, you simply have to save some for me. She already said that. Stupid Alice. Can we kill her? Don't let Nicole scarf the lot down before I get it. It's not like she hasn't done it before. Did not know she was so fond of sweets. I guess it's all of them except Barbara, maybe. I guess yes. I'll make sure she leaves some for you. Honestly, you could have timed this better. Here I am, hoping to maintain the Hexen Circle's dignity in front of our new friend. It's quite alright, where's the harm? Powerful people don't have to be serious all the time. Everyone's entitled to a little personality. Well, I think what someone might say, what Varka would say, I'm sorry, is probably that the fact that your life revolves entirely around your job is not healthy. It's not something you should do. It's not something you should inflict upon yourself, let other people inflict upon you, or inflict upon other people. Exactly, as a matter of fact, optimism and cheerfulness are core entry requirements of the Hexen Circle. Holy crap, they're gonna force them Rithesli. Woke video game. This is the first I've heard of it. It's a new rule I just came up with. The Hexen Circle is supposed to bring joy to the world. It's only natural that we're cheerful and optimistic. What I said is that you having no life outside of work and revolving your entire life around your job is not something you should inflict upon yourself, inflict upon others, or let other people inflict upon you. Okay. Speaking only for myself, I support everyone enjoying life however they please, provided no laws are broken, of course. And then he punches you and chokeslams you, and makes some certain people probably, well, let's not finish that sentence. That's a provision you might struggle to get Alice to stick to. Okay, well, in that case, what's specific about July in Italy? Does every store do that, or is it just your shopola? Oh my, well, this is a concern. Ah, you two do realize I'm still here, right? Besides, I'm not going to do anything criminal in front of the administrator of the Fortress of Memory. And even if I was, I imagine your rooms are more spacious than the Knights of Erroneous' solitary confinement room. Isn't that right, Mr. Rithis? Ah, as though a mere solitary confinement room could hold a legendary witch such as yourself. I'm sure Lady Alice has willingly accepted her punishment, no doubt due to her humility and unimpeachable trustworthiness. Well, I don't know. Okay. Exactly, you couldn't be more right. Daiseko. Please stop, Mr. Rithesli. You really shouldn't encourage her. When she's in a good mood, there's no telling what Alice might do. Know exactly what you mean. Please show some respect for the solitary confinement room. That's right, the Traveler's the honorary knight of the Knights of Avonius, you know. No talking bad about the solitary confinement room behind its back, huh? Wait, so sales season is as in the start of January to the start of March, or the start of January to the end of March? So is it a third of the year, or half the year? That's like having a permanent sale where the price tag always looks discounted, but it's never actually the original price, which is true of Fates in this game. Okay. I mean, even still, it's like a whole third of the year is sales. Does that mean it's up to the honorary knight to chase down escaped witches? That would make for a wonderful show. Please be sure to invite me. No, but what I mean is just... I just feel bad for the remaining 2/3 of the year then. You just love watching the drama unfold. Still, Palma didn't expect you to come here by yourself, or Fazla might save us a trip underwater to fetch you. This must be the power of divination. Oh, speaking of which, it's about time it got down to business. Mr. Rithesli, whether out of respect for Columbina or as thanks for your confectionery, please draw a lunar arcanum. But this is for a stellar buff, not a lunar buff. I will say that especially in a retail position, the fact that they made you a manager is probably kind of a trap. Especially since you are salaried, ballaried. Because you're not getting, you said that you basically work overtime because you can't get all the work done in time, which, I mean, there are a lot of things that says, and none of them are good. But it's, I don't know. You could probably get another job eventually. I mean, what would promotion even look like? Perhaps a gift from fate lies hidden within. Does that count as a prophecy? You could say that. I don't necessarily agree. You might have to do that, but it's... I mean, it's a fucking retail store. It's not public service. There's no great mission. You're selling fucking clothes and makeup. Like, this is a job you do so you can survive. There's no joy. There's no great cause. Then no Fontaine would fail to take it seriously. As for the job, you have to... I mean, you can't live without a job. Exactly, the flood. Well, maybe he is stupid, but you know, it's, I don't know. Everything sucks. Well, I gotta go get my water then. Watch me spaz out. All I'm gonna say is that every other second, when you can't explain something, you get all teehee and say, sorry, I speak English as my second language. And, like, I'm sorry, but it's also just... Like, I have to, for your sake, assume that there are going to be some missed things in communication. Because otherwise, then you get mad when I don't. I mean, there's no way to win here. And that's fine. But also, it's... There are some fundamental assumptions that you've conditioned. I mean, and that's... Okay, well... In that case, then, I mean, just don't you... Do you mean slurs or do you mean swear words? Because slurs and swears are very, very different. I mean, are you gonna, like, call me the N-word or something? Like, please don't. Like, please don't. Twitch won't let you do that. But, also just, like, you mean swears, right? And no, Fontaine would fail to take it seriously. Barboth is going to flood Fontaine again. With her hydro. I mean, I'm sorry. Having said how seriously we take it, Rathelsa goes straight for the topmost card, and this is... It's a Saritsa with her Gnosis on the chair. Not too familiar with these cards. This one appears to be... the Upright Emperor. Yeah, it's... I'm sorry that you have to put up with that, but also it's... Personally, I just find it very difficult to ever take the side of a boss in any kind of arguable labor dispute. As someone who until 2 months ago, was at a genuinely kind of awful job. Okay. Well, I mean, like, it's not like there are any anti-Wasian slurs of note, but I'll give you permission to call me, like, one or two of them if you find any. That's by way of apology. You seem lost for words. Is this card bad? There's no need to worry. I can handle whatever you tell me. I mean, Ocean, it's just a word. If I had to come up with a slur for Fontanians, it'd be like flesh puddle or something.
Yeah.
Well, the opposite in this card signifies eternal dominion and unshakable authority. You know who else had Emperor? Hall Horse from JoJo. With his gun. If this represents your future, then you've already reached your destination. Of ruling over the fortress of Mirrorpeat. But hey, your fate keeps rolling forward, forever changing, which can only mean... I mean, the main thing is just fundamentally that... I mean, your job is to get them to work the most and the hardest for the money that is being paid them. Your job is to assist in their exploitation. And their interest is in getting the money for the minimal effort possible. I mean, it's not like either of you can really do anything about that, but your interests are fundamentally opposed. Perhaps it's not the person who changes, but their environment. I mean, it's not like any of them are getting any kind of bonuses or anything other than pure wages for labor, right? I mean, it's quite literally their objective material interest is to work as little as possible as it takes to not get fired and for the hours they have to work. Okay, my framework, my point of reference is American jobs. Okay. At least for now, such a tendency does seem to exist. Their environment, where's he gonna go? Okay, I'm sorry for applying an American framework to your Italian Sicilian job a lot.
なら俺は
I guess I can be a bit more confident in my intuition from now on. Visual team? Does that mean organizing the stands or, like, wearing makeup? I previously visited not quite unofficial business and gained quite a bit of insight. Since then, I can't help but keep an eye on the local news. Wasn't that 6.5? Oh, no, that was... Oh. According to the wiki, that's referencing his recent birthday letter from last November. Wow. Interesting. So we have Frontierland. Interesting. Well, it gives us this Nodcry exclusive drink, which I guess I could buy that. Can't get it otherwise. Okay. Well, I thought you were talking about the visual from maybe thinking about a visual from K-pop. Yeah. Who's the visual in your store? Are you gonna start dancing? And one night, as I was gazing at an unusually bright moon, I found myself thinking that the world is changing. The world is about to change. Didn't know he was Goro Akechi. Maybe one day I'll play Persona 4. I'll feel weird about it though. But, and exactly that unusually bright moon is the real frost moon re-entering the world, of course. That said, judging by the card you picked, you shouldn't have much to worry about. No matter how your environment changes, you have the means to either adapt or resist. You know, fair. Sort of like, is you Narukami me, or am I me? Or more, am I you Narukami, or am I myself? Such wonderful news! Looks like I didn't take that punch for nothing. It was a punch filled with beautiful wishes. Good fortune comes to those who survive great disasters. So again, this is something from the event quest, which... They didn't even tell us that we should have done that first. Come on. It's a matter of curiosity. I have a somewhat presumptuous question to ask. I hope you don't mind. How sly, you're deliberately trying to pique our curiosity, Mr. Withessley, and we have no choice but to insist that you ask. I mean, I think, in the end, it's just a fundamentally bad match. For it... he just should have picked a different job, instead of having an hour commute. A half-hour commute is about as far as you can really go. And it's like, you're in Europe. How does anyone have an hour commute in Europe? Wait, he has a girlfriend despite being a bum? Man, Europe really is more patriarchal than America, despite what everyone says. 1 hour commute? Do you mean round trip, or do you mean one way per? I mean, if you're spending 11 hours devoted to your job per day, like, that is... I mean, like, go ahead, what? Like, hack into the server and nuke it or something? Then permit me to be frank. You can't be frank, you're Withessley. Always wondered how exactly does a prophecy ensure its own fulfillment? Self-fulfilling prophecy. Take me, for example, my reading says I'll remain stable. They're gonna turn him into a horse. Well, it's not like his commute is changing. I mean, he's going to the same place. If it's an hour each way, it's going to be an hour each way no matter what time of year it is. And it's, when I say 9 hours, I mean like 8.5 too, because a standard workday is 8 hours, at least over here. And then you get half an hour for lunch, unless you're saying that you don't get a lunch break and don't get to eat for the whole 8+ hours, which is even worse. But what if after hearing this prophecy, a sudden rebellious urge takes hold and I immediately do something impulsive? What would happen then? Well, presumably that's just not going to happen. Oh, is he part-time? Or is the standard work shift just different? Well, I didn't know that Italy was on military time. I mean, does that include a lunch break, or? It's okay. I just didn't know you used military time. For example, what if you blew up the fortress of Mirapede? He blew up the White House. Sure, let's go with that. Are you really dragging that back up again? Oh, Oh, so essentially normally only works 6.5 hours? Well, I mean, you always have to translate because I don't speak Italian. Like, you want me to learn Italian for you? I mean, I could. You would have to pay me normal wages for the time I spend doing Italian Duolingo, probably. But no, don't you even. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Just so happen to know a very skilled explosives expert. I can't recommend her highly enough. It is. It is. You know, back in high school, I had a friend who used military time, and for some time I had my watch on military time because I wanted to adjust to it to try to impress him. Eventually I had to switch back. What a happy coincidence, just so happened to know a very skilled explosive expert. Can't recommend her highly enough. They're gonna have Clee blow up the fortress. But then the honorary knight will surely act as her guardian, stepping into the critical moment to stop anything bad from happening. Well, people don't use it in America. Do you have 24-hour analog clocks in Europe, or do you just not ever use analog clocks? Because for various reasons, in America we have a lot of analog clocks, and those are 12-hour clocks. I mean, you could make an analog 24-hour clock. It would just be hard to read because things would get so small. Well, because my point of reference is American jobs. I'm sorry. I didn't know that they were usually working, like, around 30 hours a week maximum, and got an hour lunch, and weren't working overtime at all usually, because in America, a standard work week is 40 hours. If you're full-time, you're working 40 hours. Technically, the law says it could be more around 30, but in practice, 35. In practice, it's always going to be like 40. And usually lunches cap at 30 minutes absolute maximum, if you even get a lunch at all, even though they're legally supposed to. And a lot of times, you'll even have overtime with no special additional pay if they can find a loophole. Well, a lot of people act very differently at work than in their personal life. Especially here, you've got a lot of people who are very nice to people outside work, to personal friends and family, and are literally Hitler when they're actually at work and bossing people around. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my American labor trauma, but like when I worked at the pool as a cashier and line cook when I was in high school, the pizza place was slightly better, but like we did not see any tips. When we got tipped, the boss would take them. He would break the law and steal all of our tips. We would not get any kind of meaningful overtime pay even when we worked overtime, and there is nothing worse than food service jobs wise, which is why food service is always hiring, and why I'm so glad that I'm out of it. The job I previously had was maybe about as bad in its own ways. I mean, the hours were part of that. I mean, they were later in the day, which I liked, but they were long, and call center stuff is probably like one step up from food service. Like, I don't know where hard labor is around that, but I like my job a lot better. Okay. Well, oh, you mean working weekends? Oh, it's a 40-hour week and they're working weekends. Well, Oh, but 6 out of 7 is... Okay, that's the context. Okay, I'm back to not taking your side. Well, I mean, maybe the food is nice, though. Yeah, I mean, America's over. Like, there's no future for America with its current government and governmental structure. And that is how the prophecy is fulfilled. So basically, nothing is going to happen, no matter what he tries. She sounds like quite the destructive force, and cute, very cute. With her little witch hat. Oh, are we talking about Clay? Ruth Hesley probably doesn't know that Clay is Alice's daughter, right? I mean, because it's more like Clay than Clee. Well, actually, I can go find her full title. Title is Daughter of the Great Adventure of the Realms, Dodo King, Defender of Old Mondstadt. Isn't that her title with the little Hexenzirkel screen back in... Let me see. Does the little Hexenzirkel have a wiki entry? No, no, no. It's not the title she just used. It's something totally separate, mostly. Okay. And right, the graffiti is the bomb graffiti she made over in the new Mondstadt area. Yeah. Sorry you have to deal with annoying people. Sorry that that category includes me. Didn't have time for all that. I mean, I would say that it's probably just incompatibility, and that you should probably encourage him, or someone should encourage him to find other employment closer to his house. Because 1 hour commute is genuinely intolerable. You know, round trip is bad enough. My commute is about an hour round trip, currently. If it were an hour, that would be a deal breaker, especially since that's also more money spent on gas. I mean, eventually that starts to outweigh the money you make at work. And, you know, it's totally unpaid, of course, and it just... If he hates this job so much, he should find another job closer to home that isn't 2 additional hours out of every day just to commute. And again, if it was five days a week, that would be one thing. But again, when you're working a 6-day schedule, that adds your commute time to the 6th day as well. Which, maybe, if he is a bum. We don't have time for all that. Fine, she's the most adorable child of Alice, the Dodo King, the veritable Spark Knight Queen. Kure-da-yo. Honestly, I really should go back to my original plan and throw a fabulous party for everyone where I can introduce you all properly. That way, when Quay goes to Fontaine, she'll have plenty of new friends to drink tea with. Okay, it sucks for both of you. Neither of you should have to put up with this. The job just sucks in general. I mean, he should find a better job, or at least one closer to home. And you should probably try to find a better job too if possible. Because it really does feel like they put one over on you. Promising salary and then working you like a damn draft horse. I mean, it's... both of you, your enemies are ultimately upper management and probably the customers too. That sounds like a wonderful plan. I'm looking forward to it already. After all, it's not like I turned down a good pot of tea. Okay. Listen to Rethesli's story. Miss... Oh, it's the same. Her dialogue has not changed. Okay. Listen to the story. You need to take that vacation you've been talking about. We got a trial domain. Which is Ward. All characters in the party will be prevented from falling when they lose HP. Energy recharge greatly increased. Starlight prisms will appear on the field, continuously granting nearby characters the pulse or field buff, because we don't have Sandrone to activate Stellar Conduct. We need to use that specific spot, and it's a very Simulacra style domain. We just got official and real. It got cash flow, Marchusi, and no constellations. No constellations. 2-piece and stringless. I think your situation is worse, but his is not good either. And just because you put up with it and or have an easier time putting up with it doesn't mean he should. Just in general, not a single thing you have mentioned about either of your jobs sounds pleasant or justifiable. Yeah, and I'm saying that he probably made a bad and short-sighted choice there. He probably regrets his choice, and he should. Because I haven't heard a single thing about your job or any of the jobs of the people you rule over that sounds even the slightest bit pleasant. Well, I mean, I guess, but at the very same time, it's all just terrible. It's all just terrible. I mean, it's both of you are in a bad position fundamentally, and it sucks that he's not pulling his weight, but it's also a matter of what he would be pulling at his weight as a job that is bad in general, and is also just a poor match for him specifically. I mean, I'm sorry you have to put up with it, but I mean, this is just one of those situations that sucks, and like, I don't know, set a bomb in the headquarters or something at this point. Let's get to fighting, and where's our prism? It's just right here. Okay, here we go. Let's start our Stellar Rio. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, don't have, there we go. There's no cooldown, we just have to keep punching. Oh well. We can just keep punching pretty much forever. Nice. And 2, 3, 4. And there we go. Very strong charge attacks, and there's no cooldown. Wow. Which is Revelation Warden's instruction. Shall be an unveiling for injustice. Again, it's just adds to the 3rd and 5th strikes. We get stellar connect damage from that, and get a better charge attack. But again, it's not a cooldown on the charge attack as there is normally. It's solely a cooldown on the HP gain. So he can spam this actually. Seriously. At least he can spam it a whole lot more than he can in his normal melt/freeze damage bonus oriented form. This just gives him extra damage and Radiance Roar to compensate for the fact that it isn't really speeding up its charge attacks as it normally does. And this is just further increased damage that the Stellar hits. This is a really new change. This one adds a second Icicle from the normal chain, when previously you only got from its charge attack. Yeah. Yeah, I agree in part, but again, it's unchanging authority amidst a changing world. And then there are also things like kindness and responsibility and emotions and joy to consider. All these are indeed abundant in the Fortress of Meropide. To be capable of controlling and reshaping all this as he desires, His Grace is a very interesting person indeed. He has the Emperor upright. They mentioned authority. It's a symbol of authority, stability, and structure, representing order and discipline, masculine energy, leadership, enforcement of law and tradition. Linked to Aries, a Martian fire sign. His characteristics of initiative and power. How much of the bad part of this job is just having to deal with bureaucracy? Now, how often do you have to deal with... What do they call HR in Italy? Well, I mean, the job fundamentally sucks. And it'd be nicer for you if he was a team player. But at the very same time, it just makes me feel like the rest of you are all getting conned. And not to be too crass, but I'm sure you're going to say, as is true, that in Italy, Sicily especially, there aren't really much better jobs because it's all such a tourist economy. But even still, whenever you've talked about in this job, I've only heard something good 2 times ever. And to be fair, it's, I mean, when good things happen, it's not like you have to vent. And you probably feel a little bit bad, and it makes you feel like you're bragging. But it certainly makes it seem as if it would maybe be worth looking at something that isn't so terrible. Well, I mean, in that case, it's... To what extent would you maybe say that this wouldn't be happening if they had trained him better? I mean... render your verdict, but still. It just... It's fundamentally very, very difficult for me to just take the side of management in any situation, really. And it's not like that's never worth doing, but... Yeah. Well, it... Sorry for ruining your day. Frico. Check out the next one. Great Yokai's Instruction. Right. Let's see what's there. The trial is going to have us try to use Ayaka with Yai, apparently. Interesting. Yayaka. Also Inazuma. I mean, but if they couldn't really do another Fontaine Electro. Yeah, right, exactly. It's... Didn't... That's good. We're glad you're taking care of yourself. Oh look, Frico's over there. Palmen gets the feeling things are about to get stressful. Remember the Mikama Flower Festival, right? Sure, everything turned out for the best, but it was a real headache to get there. She made us sign ourselves away. Okay, Mikama Flower Festival, that was... Oh, that was the Akitsukimo Damashi event. That's right. Oh, forgot, but... I mean, to be fair, that's February, and that was December. They're 2 months apart. How are they both Mikama? Well, whatever. Whatever. Well, it... Well, to be fair, it's... Akitsukimo Damashi made reference to it, but it wasn't Mikama. This is more of a follow-up. It... But not this time. Hell, we're not the ones doing labor, so we definitely won't. And right, that was the patch when Mizuki came out. Okay. Keep your voice down. Well, well, Traveler Palm, I didn't think we'd run into each other all the way out here in Fontaine. So what are you? Well, Miko, did you hear that just now? Yai, Frico. No, I didn't hear a thing, but judging by your expression, I doubt it was anything flattering. Oh, no, it's not like that. We're just really happy to see you, Frico. Well, what brings you to Fontaine anyway? That was an awkward change of subject. Frico really got us this time. Oh... Like, eventually it's gonna reach the point where... Like, I'm gonna feel like I have to financially support you so you can not work this job and, I don't know, just eat food and sleep and roll around on your bed and play Love in Deep Space or something. Because it's like, if this goes on for much longer, it feels like you're gonna either snap and go on a rampage or die of a heart attack. Why else would a poor overworked editor-in-chief like me be here? I'm toiling away on Yai Publishing House business, of course. You are not overworked, Yai Frico. You don't do anything. I just bought a box of new books and was going to take them back to my editors to study. Shut the fuck up! No one is saying shit in favor of chiropractors in my chat. Chiropractors are quacks who kill people. People have died from chiropractors. It's quack medicine made up by a ghost. Literally. The guy who invented it said that a ghost taught him how to do it. You can go to a physical therapist. Do not go to a chiropractor. They will fuck up your back. Do not give a chiropractor a single cent of your money. Do not go there if it's for free. Do not go there even if they pay you to do it. That will hurt you and kill you. It's... Like chiropractors are anti-vaxxer tier. Maybe not quite as bad, but... Believed. Where's the ghost? Not mentioning it here. Yeah, he made up a non-existent ghost doctor named Dr. Jim Atkinson. He was a spiritualist. It's all made up bullshit. Like, go to a real trained and licensed physical therapist if you need that. It's... Yeah, sorry if that freaked you out, but it's... Like, that's literal health risk type shit. The same thing would happen if someone tried to say, don't take the measles vaccine. Like, measles has come back in America. And a lot of kids of 2 or 3 years of age are dying of measles, or years later getting neurodegenerative disease at, like, age 10 because they got measles when they were young. It's... Well, as in they will. And they're started... Well, I mean, it started back up a few years ago and is really starting now, but if you get measles when you're young, even if you survive it, there's a good chance you get dementia at age 10 and it kills you then. It's... There are some things in which I will brook disagreement, but there are some things that are pure questions of facts. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want anyone getting their spine literally broken and developing avoidable lifelong health issues. If I have any way to mitigate that. Sorry. Still, while strolling around the city, I overheard people talking about an unusually accurate fortune teller out here in the countryside. And it is important to mention that not only is the anti-vax movement a completely off base, but it was originally intended as a pure money-making scam. Andrew Wakefield, who was a gastroenterologist, not even an immunologist, made up the anti-vax controversy not because he wanted to sell a different measles vaccine he had devised. It was cynical from the start. America is the country of scams. It is the country of con men. It is a country where most of our heroes are heroes because they are con men. But, well, then go to a physical therapist to get it worked on instead of having someone break it even more. Unless you want someone to kill you, I mean, at that point, just get normally euthanized, I guess, which I still don't recommend or condone, but... Okay. So I came to get a reading, if only to satisfy my curiosity. We need to send Bala to Night City and do a full body conversion. Well, you're finished already? Why didn't you say so sooner? What card did you draw? My, taking such an interest in my future, aren't we? Now, if you want to know, I might be persuaded to let you see. However, you'll have to pay a price. About $5. It... Apparently, the one thing you can do about postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome is quote-unquote lifestyle changes. Apparently physical therapy can help. I think we need to start a Bala GoFundMe to just make sure you don't have to work, honestly. It's like you were made to lie around and post like those little, you know, baby deer, this is me if you care, you know, arguably quasi-fascist girly post to Twitter or something. Lifestyle aesthetic. Okay. Well, it's just... Nothing good ever happens in your life. And we feel bad for you. Let me think, how about you sign with the iPublishing House? You can compile your adventures into a thrilling novel. Hey. Following the latest naming trends we could call it, I picked up emergency food at the start, now I'm invincible. We're gonna sell so many copies. Why is someone else doing the emergency food bit? We should kill her. It would need to be a pretty thick book. Who cares as long as it's entertaining? You can make it as long as you want. Once published a light novel called The Horizon Beyond the Paradise. That book was as thick as a dictionary and spanned 8 volumes. And there were 3 companion guns and 6 spin-offs. Stack them all up and they'd reach the sea. Don't hurt yourself out of spite. Hurt me out of spite, if anyone. Don't punish yourself. Come on. If you manage to churn out that much, then I, Editor-in-Chief, will edit it all personally. What do you say? You just want to rush my draft, sorry, but no, I still have adventuring to do. Interesting, so you don't want to see which card I drew then. The bitch. I've suddenly lost all interest. Yes, it turns out we're not, though. Oh? Oh well, here it is. And it's... Okay, which one is this one? Well, it's reversed. Oh, it's justice reversed! Because Yai Friko is the symbol of all injustice in this world. According to Lady Barboth, it's reverse justice. I didn't see that I covered my eyes. I didn't hear that I covered my ears. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Well, we're speaking. You don't want to see very well, since you have so little interest in divination. Next time you come for a fortune slip, don't expect me to help you draw. Like, if things keep up, I'm gonna have to make a real Bala fund and give you money. Come to think of it, you two have been visiting the shrine quite often lately to hang player cracks, haven't you? How about? And of course, that's a reference to the Destiny Drawn that you can use to get specific anecdotes over at the shrine, which I've never used, so I don't know what she's talking about. Sigh, seriously? So would it seem, but alas, the justice card I drew is reversed. Does that mean I'm sort of outlaw, Lady Barlow? The card is injustice, but it doesn't represent a just or unjust person, at least not in a conventional sense. Perhaps it would be better to say, since it's currently reversed, it represents a dishonest person! Get her! Get her! Dishonest? There must be some mistake. I'm always honest when helping these two interpret their fortune slips, isn't that right? I mean, you have the right to be petty. It's just... Oh, Palma knows that whenever Friko helps the traveler draw fortune slips, it's always great fortune. Sounds like something else may be going on there. That's because of his good luck. Or at least his good luck whenever he's by my side. Look, now there's a fine choice of words. Reverse justice does indeed symbolize a distorted sort of cause and effect, imbalance, dishonesty, and dissatisfaction. As a yokai, you of all should understand. After all, the birth of a yokai is indelibly tied to desire. A yearning for something, an uncompleted dream, some unfinished undertaking, the pull of a certain emotion. What kind of game should I play if you want to do a drinking game eventually? Maybe when the new Souls-like comes out this year, we can informally set that up specifically. But then what if I die too much and you all black out and get liver disease or something? That might be unwise. All it takes is the slightest catalyst for these unsatisfied desires to take root and grow, sprout unexpected offshoots. Well, the thing about brewing alcohol, as someone whose father has done some home brewing before, is that you don't actually have to really pay much attention to it. You take some time when you have time to set it up, and then it more or less does it on its own. It's really more about having a basement with the right temperature conditions. You, a great yokai of Inazuma, likely have a greater desire than most buried within your heart. Dot, dot, dot. But that's the limit of what I can see. After all, you only drew one card. What's more, reverse justice is to be known to be good at concealing lies, whether from others or oneself. If you got promoted, is there a position where you could end up having real free time? Or at least more? How delightfully mystifying. Sounds just like something a shrine maiden might say when interpreting fortune slips. Certainly wasn't expecting to pick up any new jargon on this trip, but that one is quite good. Yeah, it has to be women solo specifically, so Bala can get it more easily. Well, still as good as it is, it doesn't really align with our shrine's way of doing things, so perhaps I'd better not teach it to these shrine maidens after all. Anyway, thank you for the divination. Lady Witch, should he ever have the chance to pay a visit to the Grand Narukami Shrine and allow me to return the favor, what do you say? What do you mean, hard C? Yeah, you could all have some Uzo or something. I'm afraid my hydromancy keeps me far too busy. Simply can't spare the time to dip my toes into other forms of fortune telling. Though your fortune slips sound like something Nicole and Alice would enjoy, I'll be sure to tell them all about you. It's Lemon Kello? Lemon Kelly. Wonderful, when the time comes, I shall personally provide over the drawing of fortune slips for your friends. Lemon Shello? Like shell? She sells lemon, seashellos by the lemon seashore. I assure you everyone will draw the most auspicious slips. Okay. This is not the time to be bringing up Black Butler. Like, she? I mean, it's probably more an accent thing than an actual... Oh, than the Mora itself. Well. See what happens if we get killed by the Witch Horde or something. Same domain. Okay. Polestar Field. Got Kagura's and two-piece, Wizard and Mist Splitter. Limoncello? Isn't that what I said? The first time? I think this is an accent thing. I don't have an Italian accent. It'd be kind... I don't know. Okay. Happens when the Witch's Ward kills us. Come on. I'm just gonna call it Italian lemon drink from now on. I think that's what we're going to have to compromise on. Let's drain your burst. Just want to see what it looks like when we trigger the Witch's Ward and die. They are surprisingly weak in terms of the damage they deal. So, limoncello? I said that. At least one attempt. I think we just need to suffer. Okay. Okay. And come on, hit me. Oh, you were fine. And it... Oh, it just keeps us at 1 HP. Yeah, I toughed it out so you wouldn't have to feel sad. Okay. Let's do this now, then. Oh, and... Here we go. 1, 2... Alright. The targeting is not enough. Wow, okay. And, of course, this will spawn in a couple more shots, too, which is nice. Maybe the time that would be better. That's fine. Yeah, so just wait until cooldown comes back about. Interesting. Got a big one. Okay. And how did that miss? Come on. At least the eyes damage is good. And let's just use this now. And it doesn't destroy them anymore. Exactly. Come on. Stay out of my way. Cool. And I guess we could just keep downfield with her. Let's use the burst. Pretty darn good. So it was New Year's Eve and they decided to get a kid drunk. Classic. Edict of Cleansing. And again, it... no longer destruction. It's not each destroyed, but each involved, because it no longer destroys the Sakura. Right. That's more when you refresh your deals, and we'll get this soon. We'll get this next week. That stellar bonus is great. The energy doesn't help because her burst is not worth using anymore, if it ever was. But yeah, it no longer destroys their outer forms, it just adds the thunderbolts, and now we get higher level and an EM boost. Just a massive increase to burst damage and a massive boost to crit. Nice. I can't make you do that. Can't help me fix this annoying affliction either. I was not intending to trigger that, but I guess it's Diona now. Oops. Revelation. Special blends instruction. Was it blood flavored then? An eraser. Okay. These aren't too long. Oh, because she's asking about removing her only makes good drinks curse. That's no worries. Precisely, it's only too deeply intertwined with your fate. Imagine your destiny is a tree. This affliction is like a new shoot growing from its branches. It's been helping absorb sunlight and dew this whole time. It will long ago bent to shape your fate. Well, it is her constellation now, right? What's Diona's constellation again? Come on. Ooh. It's in profile, isn't it? It's in profile, yeah. Come on, Wiki. No, it is just cat. It's not a drink-related constellation. You didn't have a lot of object constellations at the start of the game. Do you just have a Roman-sounding accent or something? How does that happen? Television? If you cut it off now, the wound left behind might fester, infecting the entire tree. So it might have actually been vampire wine. Interesting. Oh, you make it sound like it's a good thing. It's cool to get in my way, keep me from mixing the drinks I need. Keeping her from poisoning someone. Guess that's an interesting question. Does it just make it taste good? Or if she tried to poison someone, would it neutralize the poison too? It's more like one of those vines that wrap around the trunks of giant trees, restricting their growth and slowly strangling them. Yeah. They understood that you bit... Well, if that were the case, her fate would have rejected and we could have easily pruned it away. Unfortunately for you, it's not at all what you say it is. Alright, enough talk. That should be enough to convince you I'm a legitimate fortune teller, yes. Oh, okay. So you just have a very sort of, mostly just sort of standard national Italian? No, just like I told you, come here and pick a card at random and let me give you a little advice about your future. Huh, so I just pick one at random, huh? Okay, how about this one? No, wait, this one. Okay. So you sound a little Sicilian, but less than other ones. Interesting. Don't overthink it. No matter how you choose, you can only ever draw the card that's destined for you. Ha 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 ha. It's good. I do like Bala Ciao. I think I mentioned it before, but the first time I heard it was on the tour bus when I was in Europe, right after graduating college, and the tour guide who was going with us through Europe played. He was Italian. He played. I think he was Italian. I'm pretty sure. But one other way he played 10 famous Italian songs, and Bella Ciao was on the list. Shudder, this fortune teller's laugh is so creepy. She's just like an old witch from a fairy tale. Well, I wonder why. And since she's so good at it, her advice could prove really helpful. I have to choose my card carefully. Scare and her, long time no see, Diona. Hi, Traveler Paimon. Hi, Bibito ni Paimon. Hi. True to form, here you are in just the right moment. And see. Interesting. And justice. You're too kind. Tommy is my strong suit. How else could I handle so many commissions? True to form, you are at just the right moment. Ah, well said. Compared to an intangible thing like fate, commissions have a far more intuitive effect on shaping our words and deeds. Now, seeing as you're here, perhaps you could have a word with this little one. She doesn't seem very trusting of an old witch like me. I assume it how. Well, it's not so easy to trust a weird-looking fortune teller who's set up a stall in the middle of a nowhere. Traveler seems to know this fortune teller pretty well. I'm glad I can finally ask someone I trust. Traveler Paimon, come over here a second. I need to talk to you in private. And I was just about to ask. Well, she sent it in the server once before. What are you doing in Fontaine? Looking for new ingredients, of course. Well, my previous approach to mixing drinks was far too narrow-minded. I kept limiting myself to actual food. Oh, so maybe she is going to try poisoning people now. Goodness. Well, she did try bird feathers in Varka's story. I mean, Varka's witch's homework, so does she count that as food? Probably wouldn't exactly call the things you put in your drinks food, Diana. So I guess it really is going to be poison now. Well, it's all technically edible as long as you grit your teeth and close your eyes. It's stuff you can force yourself to swallow. So you're planning to find completely inedible ingredients. Surunya. Exactly, I've already found a bunch of rusted screws, scrap cables, coagulant chunks of grease. Just Funny's toe jam. Okay, this is a murder attempt. And it's all thanks to that guy from the Fontaine Research Institute who makes Fanta. Oh, Heinrich. It's been a real help, you know, Heinrich. Where did you run into him? Well, I heard that really tasty fizzy drink stuff comes from the Fontaine Research Institute, so I headed over to take a look. Gave you a bunch of spare parts, but why would they have toe jam on hand? When I got there, Mr. Heinrich let me try a few bundles of new Fanta flavors complete on the house. Haha. I mean, she could just try making non-alcoholic drinks, honestly. Mr. Heinrich doesn't smell the alcohol at all. No, it just smells like Fanta, sweet and tangy. One sniff, you can tell he's a reliable sort of grown-up. I mean, honestly, if Diana really wanted to accomplish her goals, the simplest thing would just be make making good non-alcoholic drinks. To be fair, if her Oceanid blessing isn't neutralizing alcohol, it probably wouldn't neutralize poison. Probably is just flavor alone. And he was the one who suggested I come to the stall. He said my affliction is probably beyond the Research Institute's ability to analyze. Yeah, the English word is partisan. I mean, what if you are a communist and you want people to know you're a communist? I mean, there you go, I guess. But he heard that this weird fortune teller showed up recently near the court of Fontaine. Heard that? Heard of? Weird typo. Apparently everyone who's been here says she's crazy accurate. And also crazy in general. Actually, not really. Our plot's kind of level-headed. As far as the witches go. Maybe if you get your fortune told, you learn something about what's causing your affliction. If you grasp the principles behind it, perhaps you can find a cure. I mean, all I'm going to say is that there's not really anyone else who's presenting a meaningful alternative to Maloney, so make of that what you will. Interpret that as you choose. Well, hard to argue with that logic, because he didn't end up becoming a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute for nothing. And so I came here to see the fortune teller. As soon as I walked over, she stopped me and said there was a strange disturbance surrounding me. All I'm going to say is that it's not as if there's anyone else in politics presenting a meaningful alternative to Georgia Maloney, who isn't presenting a meaningful alternative by being more overtly fascist. Before I could ask, she blurted out all the answers to my questions, but the scientific logic of the Fontaine Research Institute doesn't directly apply to divination. Even if you understand the principles, it doesn't mean the solution will be easy to come by, just like I told you. Mysticism isn't built with bearings and bolts, and I can't simply repair your fate for you. Are you telling me nothing can be changed? Then what's the point of drawing a card? To get buffed to be a budget stellar conduct support. You mean nine now? By drawing a card, you may just find a tiny missing gear to fit into the Wheel of Fate. I mean, literally, just make tasty non-alcoholic drinks, and then maybe people will drink less. It may seem insignificant, but when installed correctly, the tiniest gears can still drive massive mechanisms. You're not just humoring me, are you, Traveler? What do you think? Our broth is very reliable. Just relax and draw a card. Alright, if you say so, then I'll take one. And that is the Reversed High Priestess. Alright, here we go. Looks like it's... Well, my, how strange to think the disturbance surrounding you has grown with such a vigor. Ah, is the disturbance why it's reversed? It's no longer a shoot, but a sturdy branch. How curious. Oh, what are you saying? Does this mean the drinks I mix will taste even better from now on? That doesn't sound like a bad thing in itself, but given everything we know about Diana's motivations... If we judge solely by your affliction, that would indeed be the case. Furthermore, the card you drew is the Reversed High Priestess. Which means you've been too focused on the illusions before the veil. Which is precisely why you've been unable to pass through it for so long. Well, if it was from Italian partisans, that would more or less be during World War II, but... I mean, there was no communist rule over Italy. there were communists in Italy, but who were a large part about fighting against fascist Italy. But immediately after World War II, America and the West started what was known as Operation Gladio, and started backing former and frankly revivalist fascists for the sake of their foreign policy goals. Yeah. That doesn't sound like it has anything to do with mixing drinks. I thought this card would tell me what ingredients I need to use. We're too short-sighted. Hey, the Lunar Arcana are known for creating recipes, at least not yet. But mixing drinks isn't the only way to find the answers you're looking for.
確かに月油のアルカナにそれはできないな。少なくとも今はまだ。
The answer is to teach those old booze hounds a lesson so they never get drunk and cause trouble again. Violence. Wait, she has a cat. I never noticed she has a cabinet. Is that a glove? Does she actually just have paws on her arms too? Wow. You're certainly driven, but while your body moves forward, your heart remains stuck. It's not true. I hate those weird old drunkards from the bottom of my heart, especially... Okay, those are gloves. Her father. Daddy issues. Oh, I see. Then have you talked to the one who feels your heart the most? Oh, yeah. How did you know? I was thinking about one person in particular. I didn't even... Through divination, of course. Huh? Perhaps you should cast aside your impatience and confused emotions. Tell him how you truly feel. You might find it more effective than trying to mix the most disgusting drinks in the world. Come on, man. There's no way he'll listen once he started drinking. He doesn't listen to anyone. Perhaps that was true before, but now you find a fat, tiny gear from the Wheel of Fate. Return to its rightful place, certain things might undergo subtle changes. You mean that, but it's just a card. Of course not that, I'm talking about your heart. Something which has already begun to change. Growing up and maturing. My heart hasn't changed at all, now I need to go look for ingredients. Running away from yourself. Oh, how much is the divination fee? I can pay it in full. I mean, it's... I think... To be totally honest, I think there's a good chance he was just kind of fascist-leaning and was trying to blame, use the song as a springboard to bitch and moan about communists who, I mean, like, blaming Italy's problems on communists who are not in power and have never been in power in Italy is very stupid and nonsensical. It doesn't stop people from doing it, and they're in other countries. Which is a divination fee, I can pay it in full. Oh my, what a well-mannered child, much more endearing than that other little brat. But there's no need for a fee, just consider this a gift from a witch. Is she talking about Mona? Oh my goodness. Thank you, if you ever come to Mondstadt, I can treat you to a drink. I can guarantee it'll taste delicious. Mondstadt, you say? Yes, if I get the chance, that might not be such a terrible idea. She is at least a little Mondstadt affiliated. Well, sure, I mean, of course. Anyone with strong opinions is going to be annoying. But it's a lot better to be annoying than to round people up and, put Jews in camps. Like, or Muslims in camps, or... which is what Italian fascists did and are currently wanting to do. But... And thank you for helping me out, Traveler and Paman. I mean, I'm sure you heard that in Ireland, of all places, there was recently an anti-immigrant pogrom. You're welcome. If you ever need help, just let me know. No matter the trouble, Paimon will swoop in and save the day. But swooping in is thirsty work, huh? So once we're done, we wouldn't say no to some of your tasty drinks, darling. It's a deal next time you're Mondset, I'll treat you to the best drinks you ever tasted, the kind with absolutely zippo alcohol. I did not know... Oh, I mean, I've heard zip as a term for nothing or zero. I've never heard zippo. I mean, I've only heard zippo in the context of lighters. Did he say something? I didn't see him say anything. By the way, if you have any more questions about your card, look for someone named Mona. You probably already know who I'm talking about. Mona, yeah, I know her. Mona-san. Shoari's orders the cheapest drinks. Is she a powerful fortune teller too? Oh, okay, understandable. Brutal. Oh, she's nowhere near my level, so she should be up for the task of reading the Winter Arcana. Otherwise, she might as well hang up her hat. It's okay. You're allowed to be petty. Just tell her you've brought a prophecy on behalf of the mighty Astromancer Barbois Trismegistus as a test. Appeal to her pride. Well, that's something I have direct control over, really. At that point, it's just a matter of how drunk I want to get people, which is not as interesting. Don't worry, as long as you say that, she'll do her best to interpret it for you. Aha, I think I got that. Astromancer Barbois Trismegistus. Yows, that's a long name. Come to think of it, isn't Mona's name really long too? I thought it was the astrologer Mona Magistus. What was it again? Astromancer versus astrologer. Okay, can do that, but first, actually, let's switch to the next, perhaps. And guys, to think that you, O great yokai, have drawn justice in reverse. No, or perhaps this isn't that great a surprise after all. And... Tarot Justice. Reverse. Better wait. Let me see some things. And justice symbolizes fairness, truth, law, and cause and effect, the need for objectivity, accountability, and balance. And reverse, it's law in all its departments, and legal complications, bigotry, bias, excessive severity. I can't believe Yai is racist. Well, maybe. I'm sorry for betraying you, Bala. Let's do Sinos. It's... reversed, upright. Have you tried the auto mode? Because I do know it has an auto mode. And, oh, it's Sino. Are you sure you can't make a copy of this card back for me? Oh! He heard cards and fortune telling and thought it was an opportunity to get a new Genius Invocation TCG card back. Oh my goodness. Can we kill this guy? Okay. And this one. Check. It's short. Alright. Edict of Cleansing. I had Edict of Cleansing, Bethesda had. There shall be an unveiling for injustice. I mean, I'm sorry. I probably should instinctually take your side. It's just... I've had almost exclusively bad experiences with management. Did I tell you that back when I was working the work from home call center job, one of the managers that they shuffled us around between for God knows what reason, she repeatedly tried to basically goad us into buying an ebook she had made, which was obviously a very plain violation of the no solicitation rules that we had. But it's just like, man. And I mean, in general, she was also just very fault-finding, which, to be fair, was kind of mandated by her role. But it was excessive. It was one of the things that made the job as unpleasant as it was. Well, yeah, and that's what I mean, is that I have had bad experience after bad experience with management. I have never personally been in a situation where I have had a dispute with management, or anything I've really meaningfully talked to has had a dispute for management, and management has really had an argument on their side. And again, if anything, I probably should have instinctually taken your side. One, because it's good business, and two, because, frankly, only bad things ever happen to you, but still. I mean, it's... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why do I have to... Okay. Look at the somewhat attractive man on the screen. Absolutely certain. Oh, it's very impressive. Maybe we could come to some sort of arrangement. Absolutely not. Oh, I see. Obtaining beautiful card backs and playing powerful cards both require a certain price. I think I understand. He's gonna save up his TCG coins. I don't think you do. I don't think I do. Came all this way to play cards. Well, that's literally all it is. I explained as you explained. I have had bad experience after bad experience with management. So when you talked about having a dispute from someone while being management, I thought there's probably a bit more to this story. And it turned out that there wasn't really. But I'm sorry. Yeah, and I didn't want to mention that, but I kind of figured that might... Well, we'll see. Hey, you don't know why Sino was here? Maybe he came here too. I sure did. That's my buddy. Alright, we're on completely the same wavelength. Oh my goodness. Did he play Yu-Gi-Oh too? Seriously? There's a small gathering of TCG players taking place here in Fontaine. I heard participants get event-exclusive card holders for free. Yeah, you should take all the money that you would otherwise spend here and spend it on Love in Deep Space right before the game maybe EOS's. Maybe. Oh, that's the same guy you mentioned before. Okay, fair. Fair. Thank you. Small gathering of TCG players taking place here in Fontaine. Participants get event-exclusive card holders for free. There were no pressing matters at the Academia, so I came over. Even if there were pressing matters, Palmet has a sneaking suspicion you would have found a way to make them not so pressing. I'm not fond of TikTok. Yeah. Well, at that point, he would have had to leave early too, right? To avoid going over hours. You're right, I managed to finish almost all my work after only 2 weeks of overtime. I wonder if they do pay for overtime in Samara. Sethos helped out too, so I promised to bring him a card holder for his trouble. He's very good at paperwork. Well then, General Mahamatra, by Mahamatra, you're gonna draw a card or not? Of course you say this card will predict my future, right? Hi! D-KLX. The quarter of... Wait, so for the purposes of wage, is it rounded? Do they not prorate it by minute? Okay, right. Say this card protect my future, right? Technically not quite, but it's unlikely to cause much trouble if you choose to understand it that way. Oh, I see. Is this like that line in Duel Master? Duel Masters. Stake your fate on the next card in the draw. Yeah, that's interesting, because in America, I mean, at the very least, because do you and your HR do time clock stuff and wage calculation manually? Because in America, it is down to the minute. Thank you for the follow, dbash_KLX. Oh, wow, that was kind of delayed. Huh. And now it's my turn to draw. Shows you how delayed the YouTube is. Okay, this guy. Sano takes a deep breath, makes a stylish pose, and draws a card. This is... Okay, what is this one? Oh, Reverse Temperance. Yellow Temperance from JoJo. A fitting card from the General Mahamatra of the Samira Academia. You already know who Sino is. Alice mentioned him a few times. She finds it funny that the stuffy old academia has a General Mahamatra with such a well-developed sense of humor. I've been touching Donkey Kong that came out last summer. I mean, I'm employed. I might not like to be. I don't really have time for other games a lot, but I'm playing Star Fox tomorrow. I played Pokemon yesterday. Okay. Wait, so... What specifically do you have to do for the time clock? Please thank her for the compliment. Now that I've drawn a card, what should I do next? Since it's reverse temperance, or rather reverse artistry, I suggest you remain in a state of doing nothing for the time being. You've been acting rashly and have nearly lost your footing on the narrow bridge of fate. It's probably all the fighting he did in the recent Sumeru Archon quest. It's because I've been playing too much cards, isn't it? Sethos and Tienori told me the same thing. I've already adjusted my schedule. All play and no work. I'm not talking about playing cards, I mean your working hours. Surely Genius Invocation TCG isn't the only thing that demands a General Mahamatra's full attention. Oh, talking about working all that overtime. Unhealthy for you. That's an important message. My duties don't leave me much room to adjust them. You're used to bearing the pressure of such a busy schedule alone. There are other mantras, we share the pressure among us. But they all rely on you, not just the mantras, but the researchers and the people of Sumeru. So many people put their faith in you, General Mahamatra. I know. What kind of assumption are you making about me here? I wouldn't play this game if I didn't enjoy it. They never tell you, perhaps they don't even realize it themselves. I'm not playing fucking Marvel Rivals. Let's be straight. Why would they when they're also captivated by your unstoppable wit? Everyone's in love with Sino. But you can feel their gazes looking to you night and day. When the shadow that walks beside you, he too is one of your burdens. I mean, I used to regularly go for 6 hours plus in various games before I got employed, 2 started regularly doing video editing. Okay. Is that the worst part of the job? I've talked to some people sometimes who've had to manage time clock, and they've said that that's probably one of the most unpleasant parts of the job. Interesting. That's Hermanubis, You're used to leading the way, carrying the burdens of others. I think perhaps this is the reason for your imbalance. Or your imbalance. Okay. I mean... What are you trying to imply? What are you trying to recommend? I mean, it's... There's Stygian, there's Abyss, there's Endgame where I just fight things, but this game has dialogue too. I mean, do you skip all the dialogue in games you play? Do you not play games with dialogue? Yeah, shut the fuck up, you damn bitch. Be nice or don't say shit at all. I have many friends. One of them just happens to be a genius who goes by the name of Invocation TCG. I mean, if you don't like games with dialogue, I mean, just play different games. I mean, if you play Gacha because it's free, I mean, there are other and arguably better free games if you don't want to play games with story. I mean, you're fitting a square peg in a round hole and having a worse time of it. I mean, for one, these games aren't actually free. You're not going to have as much fun with it if you aren't spending at least $5 a month. I mean, I'm fine with that, among other things. I never really saw this as a free game to begin with. But a lot of people take an amount of pride in not spending any money that reduces their own fun and is motivated by God knows what, and it's just short-sighted. I mean, it's not a free game. You can spend money on games that are straight up buy to play, that are, $10, $20 and will last you 60+ hours. Mina the Hauler came out a month ago. That game's great. It's got some story, but it's not that important. I mean, it's really just retro arcade style. Well, not retro console style. You're clearly forcing yourself to play a game you don't actually enjoy. I mean, is it sunk cost because you spent so long? If it comes down to it, you could always just sell your account to someone. I mean, they give you jack shit, though. I mean, I can understand that from the level of paying for Welkin and Battle Pass, but if you literally don't spend $1, you're either going to have the devil's own luck, or accept not engaging with half of what the game has on offer. So it seems you have no intention of resting. Well, it seems he might have fucked off. He's got an AI profile picked, so I don't really give a shit. I was probably going to try to shit cam in eventually anyway. There's no time to rest. Yeah, I mean, when Snezhnaya drops, it's probably not going to work all that well on mobile anyway. Unless you have a really up-to-date phone, it's really started to chug lately. I have a phone that's a couple years old, and even on relatively low graphics settings, it has trouble in Nodgrunt, especially in Nasha Town. I mean, it's not woo-wah, but it's not really a mobile-oriented game. I mean, I play on PC, as you can probably tell. I mean, if you want to play a mobile game and you want something free Gacha specifically, there are a lot of things that don't take up as much storage space or run a whole lot better. I mean, I have it on mobile for the sake of doing my dailies. That's more or less the extent of it. There's no time for rest. Indeed, for someone such as yourself, if the inner battle is endless, then even death won't mark the end of duty. A ghost? My goodness. Yeah, a ThinkPad? I'm sorry. But as I was saying, I mean, even though I had a laptop a while that eventually stopped being able to meaningfully run this, it got so bad that I had a boot camp install of pirated Windows, not pirated, just I downloaded it from Microsoft and straight up never verified it, because you can download it for free. They just have a graphic popping up to try to annoy you. Okay, yeah, Poor Italy. Take this lunar arcana, perhaps it'll lead you for the reason that restores your balance. When it does, the battle within you should also reach a decisive end. Sano won't lose. Sano is the strongest. Sekai de Soyai Ichiban dakara Zeta ni makenai. Okay. Thank you, traveler in Paimon. And my thanks to you as well, and don't worry, I promise I won't start acting too crazy. Yeah, eventually, it got to the point where my phone was running the game better. That's when Sumeru came around. I just stopped playing on that laptop and just start doing it on phone. That's how bad the laptop is. And now even the phone's having trouble for anything besides dailies. Huh, why would you... Wait, what was that? Oh no, not again. He's come up with another one. Barbwalk, don't ask. That's a worrisome attachment point. What does this have to do with acting crazy? Sorry if I snapped at you. It's... Today we've been doing nothing but arguing for the past 2 hours, so... Because now I have this card. Uh-oh. People might accuse me of being a bona fide lunatic. Oh my goodness. What do you say in the Japanese? Arukuno wa? Arukan. It's some word that I don't know. I mean, that is always the hardest part of learning. Yeah. Listen to Sino's story. Okay. Okay. I'm just a little tired, frankly. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's true. Okay. See how this works out. We got Layler. You have Gilded and Staff. Fab and Blizzard. Though you would prefer the Superconduct set in the end, wouldn't you? Well... Hello there. Lots of mushrooms. And... just as so. Ooh, alright. I'm gonna try this again. I missed that chance. Dumb, dumb, dumb. What combo do we do with Sino now, honestly? Whatever. Okay. I have heard about that. In particular, a lot of people were saying that it was really wild for it to be in America. Especially since America was using it as a pretense for an immigration crackdown. And, yeah, I'm sorry for snapping at you. We have been doing nothing but arguing with each other for the past hours. Me and the other person here, so... Yeah, sorry about that. But as I was saying... Okay, and... There we are. It's strong. He's strong here. There we go. It's... Oh my goodness. Oh my. Poor place. And... Yeah, there we are. It's your turn. That's done. And alright. And... That replenished. Have to wait for the next. Okay. You're here and... Oh! We got you. We're gonna have to kill you before you... Oh, go invisible. Come on. Annoying. And here we are. Next is you. Boom. Last one, last one, last one. My goodness. Last. Don't go invisible. Thank you. Okay. But basically, a lot of people were talking about how there was... Which is Revelation Duty's instruction. Start with which to start the journey. He gets different stellar conduct bolts. Does start with both star same. But basically, they were forcing the Iranian team to leave the country and come back after pretty much every match. And just generally messing with them to try to screw them over because of the current, Israel-Iran war. Israeli-Iran war. But it's, they're a good team, and America went out of their way to make their lives hell specifically. It's just such a genuine shit show. A lot of people, myself included, were kind of surprised that they didn't move it out of America because of everything that was going on. And it's just a huge amount of EM. He's basically purely EM scaling at this point. Or at the very least, you really want to build EM for him now. And he also gets the ability to start a short version of his burst state just by using skill. He gets more EM that he can pass to the rest of the party now too. That's C1, C2 gives him additional... I haven't been paying enough attention to know. You're going to make me look that up. Cut bracket. As of right now, it's... Let me see. Who's still in the running? Mexico, England... I know people have been saying a lot of things in favor of Holland, that one Norwegian soccer player who was like 6'8" or something. And people joking about who the most iconic Norwegian is here, because there was this thing about a week ago where there was this Norwegian guy who had been abandoned by his hippie parents in India. When they got expelled from India, his mother did not mention that she had left him behind. So he grew up stuck in India as a Norwegian citizen born in Norway. I can't do it, and he had a very thick Indian accent and spoke perfect Hindi, spoke his English in an Indian accent, because he grew up in India as a Norwegian citizen, and his whole life struggle was basically, he never got any formal education, and the Norwegian government was basically, he had gotten benefits for being an unemployable person that they were trying to take from him, and he was like, they never gave me a formal education. I grew up in India being a tour guide, smoking on the freaking roads, to quote, and yeah, but apparently he's trying to do life coach stuff now because people are paying attention to him again. If I had to guess, I guess I'd say Holland. I don't know anyone else. There's your hot take. Yeah, and stellar conduct damage bonus, and energy restoration for the team and for him. It used to just be for the team, but now it's for him too, which is pretty darn cool. And just adding more of his special bolts now, before it was just normal bolts. We've gone over this. I'm not really a sports person. It's sad, I know. And for Sino, Temperance reversed. Winter Arcana, Fortress of Meripede, Lunar Tick. Oh, ye gods, never mind. Okay. Italy will win. Actually, specifically, Bala will win. You're gonna storm the field and join the bracket like Zygarde did in Legend ZA. They'll take a picture of you because you're polite or something like that, and then you'll win. Temperance. Tarot. Come on, Wikipedia, tell us about temperance. Interesting. Normally, it's economy, moderation, frugality, management, accommodation, reverse for Sino. It's things connected with churches, religion, sex, the priesthood. Sometimes even the priest will marry the querent. Disunion, unfortunate combinations, competing interests. Because he's kind of a priest to Hermanubis, and he likes fighting people in TCG. Hey, that's pretty reasonable. Not much. We might have apologized to a second time. And I was chewed out a second time by the source of all my troubles for saying that Italy wasn't going to be the one to win. Frankly, a lot of people, when the server started, said they specifically didn't want one. If there's enough demand, I could try making one, but I'll think about it. Okay. We'll see what happens. And Mizuker. Beyond Dreams. Got a few talent books, but I don't really need these. And, well, I could always crown a few of them at this point, and I mean, right now, she's got her mini Baku. That's fun. What can we... I mean, there's no one to make a Stellar Swirl team with her anyway. It's going to be Cryo Traveler, probably, I don't know, Sucrose, and... Odette, who isn't in the game yet. Maybe Chi-Chi. Well, I don't know if Chi-Chi's... Well, Chi-Chi's still just Stellar Conduct. We don't have anyone for Stellar Swirl, do we? I don't know. That's freaky. Thank you for joining. Rest assured, when I'm not underslept and arguing with a certain individual, I tend to be a whole lot nicer. I always try to be. Your mileage may vary. Mizuker. Sugi wa nani? Okay. Hello there. Well, I mean, it's... A lot of people play these games for a lot of different reasons. One, because they're free. Two, because they like everything else about it. No curse word. Well, there are chats. I mean, I'll be straight. People said that they didn't want a voice chat because they said people were going to use it for grooming. And I was like, okay, that's whatever, because fundamentally the Discord is really just where I put out my schedules and do announcements if streams are running late or not happening or getting rescheduled. I mean, people will talk to each other, but I mean, this is going to be revealing about me in a way that may not be especially flattering. But I was kind of reluctant to actually make one Because, like, imagine someone in the server, like, grooms someone else, or sexually harasses, or, I don't know, hunts down and kills someone else. I would like that to, 1, not happen, 2, not be my liability. And frankly, if I made a voice chat, that would make it significantly harder for me to say that I had no hand in it. That's all. That's my evil. Hasn't that music in or too many Baku? They're talking to Barbweth already. I mean, if you want to chat with people, or make a group chat with people who you get to know and get to like, you can do that. That's your business. But primarily it's for text-based chat and me sending out schedules and announcements. Because I do not want to get sent to prison because someone said, I'm lonely and horny. Let's sex pest people in the Mushin Eigen Discord server. Yeah, exactly. Traveler and Palma and Lady Barboff is just talking about, you always wonder if we might cross paths. I mean, in the end, what I'll say is that if there was demand from a lot of people, and they all promised to be good, and not blame me if shit went down, I would be willing to maybe reconsider it. Because the people who said we shouldn't make a voice chat because people will groom other people, I haven't seen them in a year. Why do I care about what they think? Hey, it seems like fate has already arranged our meeting place. Are you here on holiday, Mizuku? I mean, I would not accuse you of it. I mean, yeah. That's a good idea. What would that do? What would a gamble command do? I mean, I could always add a dice bot if people want to roll D&D dice or something. I mean, the big thing about the dice bot that I had in the D&D server I ran is that it wasn't set to specific dice. It would just get a random number from 1 to whatever number you said. So you could do a D69 if you wanted to. Or a D67. Yeah, but I mean, I will say, I've talked about this before. I mean, the composition of the small audience I do have has changed significantly over the years. I mean, at this point, it's all dudes and Boa. Which, I mean, I don't mind it one way or the other, but it is quite funny. I mean, I think I mentioned it before, that, I mean, they're probably all playing Love in Deep Space now, and not doing anything that involves a real man in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, because it's just... I mean, the fundamental appeal of this kind of deal is supposed to be that there's a real person behind the screen, in theory, but that is not necessarily a positive to everyone. Whichever you prefer. What I will say is that YouTube it has a bit more delay. And the thing about it is, I mean, it makes it maybe a little harder to keep up in chat. But, eventually, the reason... Well, with YouTube, I have it on a slight delay setting. Because that's the only way for it to maintain high resolution. And eventually, it'll give me an auto-translate function once YouTube decides to love me enough. Which is important for people who may prefer to, who speak other languages primarily and would like translation. But there are some people who even putting up with that helps that the translation isn't available to me yet, who watch on Twitch because, one, there are redeems that don't yet exist on YouTube. I'd have to set up a framework for that when they let me do that. Yeah, it's just really what you care for. Yeah. Command. As in the server or on Twitch? Well, I mean, it's just... I have no issue with you being here and being special. I'm just saying that it's very funny that the audience is very specifically a bunch of dudes who I bro around with, and then just you being the den mother. Which, it's a fun dynamic. I have no problem with it, but it's interesting. I suppose you could say that. Yeah, exactly. It's, if you like Twitch better, and you want less delay, if the delay is a bit of trouble, and you don't care about maybe slightly higher resolution and eventually a translation function. I mean, apparently once I hit 1,000, that's when translation comes, so let's hope Staznaya shoots us up here fast. We'll see what happens. See? Sometimes I'm nice to you. Do you have time for some leisure educational film about psychology? Doing go smoothly, though until then, still need to focus on my work. Film about psychology, is this a new form of therapy? Well, films can do that, that's amazing. It's a new idea I came up with back when I was promoting Ice About House. I took inspiration from Fontaine in cinema and recorded a few variety show episodes. Well, what I will say is that it's easier to deal with all this dialogue when I can make jokes about it with people here. I mean, The reason that I've stuck with this game for so long is because it's a game that at least some people will watch and discuss with me. If it was just me alone in front of the screen for long hours, I would probably fast forward through this at least a little faster. Exactly, it's you guilting me. You're exercising your power. People seem to love it. Not only do they watch every episode, they even remembered all the psychological concepts we showcase. Edutainment. So I thought, why not make a few films about mental disorders as a fun and educational way to explain basic psychological concepts? I'm worried. They're gonna put me in the movie? This reminds me that back in Natlan during the interlude, Little Quest in 5.2, there was an NPC with the title literally mentally ill person that got memed a lot. Welcome back, nice to see you here. To raise everyone's basic awareness, perhaps people can develop a more objective understanding of what mental disorders are. Perhaps I can stop people from blindly dismissing these conditions as made-up nonsense, treating them like some terrifying boogeyman. And maybe my future therapy sessions will go a little more smoothly. You've clearly put a lot of thought into this, you've really considered this thoroughly. That's right, after all, illnesses of the mind are invisible and hard to pin down. Trying to get a hold on them, or even just detecting their existence, is sometimes far from easy. And you can just eat people's dreams. You're cheating. If you were real, you would actually have problems. Come on. But even I don't know how to pin them down to fit neatly into a script. So presumably she was coming here to get help with making the film? Probably. Exactly. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit it, but even though I've written quite a few papers about mental health, I'm clearly stuck when it comes to writing a film script. And you're just texting with Javier? Or is it Xavier? Or Xavier? Sometimes I sit cooped up in my room all day and notice the going of a few lines of dialogue or a few seconds of plot. Even then I might come up with nothing to show at the end of it. It sounds exhausting, you need to relax. Maybe you're just missing a little spark of inspiration. Come and the traveler gets stuck on one thing, we do something else, and then ding. The answer just pops into our heads. I think you did before, actually. Maybe in a different context. Is he the doctor? Which one's the doctor? Because I know some people were talking to me about that game. Oh, whatever. Well, it seems like great minds think alike. Paimon, that's why I came here to experience a form of divination quite unlike the fortune slips I'm used to. So, okay, so Zane's the doctor. So it's like Zane, Silas, Raphael, Silas, Caleb, and the new one, Valko, who a bunch of Chinese crazy gals freaked out about and tried to get removed from the game and then backpedaled when it actually happened. That's such crazy gacha drama. Like, the closest thing to that is Snowbreak having its drama that you may have heard about, where they did a bunch of horny postcards with the official China Post, which got a bunch of people, because the big thing is that Snowbreak is a very horny game. I have never played it. But the big deal is that they had a semi-official uncensored patch that pretty much everyone was using, that they were having official content creators use, that the censors were unaware of. So they had gotten a lower age rating by hiding their actual designs. And now they got slapped down. Now the game is censored after a month of being offline and is probably going to EOS soon. Yeah. I'm hoping this Witches of an Arcana can bring me some fresh inspiration. What I will say is that any kind of game built around, frankly, parasocial relationships with the characters is always in a fundamentally dangerous position. I like it. I have no issue with it. I mean, the important thing is you like it, really. It's not like I'm using it. Inspiration Anya once said, and that's Anders' daughter, Durin's mom, said that she wanted to write a fairy tale for every card in the Lunar Arcana, but there were so many stories she wanted to write and so little time had. Well, the big thing is that basically there were two controversies in conjunction that they used to try to get them to take out that new character. One is that a few months back, they use the number 731 for something in the story, which is very controversial because that's the number of units, not 731, which was the unethical human experimentation unit by the Imperial Japanese Army in World War II that did a lot of genuine Hitlerite Bengali shit in China. So, understandably, people were offended because, I mean, it's basically the same as putting a coded Nazi reference in a game. Alright, because I love drama. It's that simple. I mean, we all know, everyone here knows that I'm kind of catty and bitchy. But it's domain knowledge. Gotta know the field. But, and also that in one of the trailers for the new guy, they mentioned something about not bathing in a pot, which was supposed to be a reference to a folktale, apparently. I think kind of a Hansel and Gretel type one, but was recently in the Chinese popular cultural imagination also commonly associated with a murder where a man had literally drowned a woman in a boiling pot of water. So people were understandably miffed about that too. So, somebody source wanted to rent so little time. So basically there were a couple of tone-deaf things she did, but the issue is that no worries, thanks for popping in. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being so understanding. I'm sorry we started off on the wrong foot, and thank you for joining the server. Let's make the next one a good one. If you're looking for inspiration, go ahead and draw a card, Miss Yokai. I hope that witch's unfinished fairy tale will do the inspiration for your own story. Alright, Lady Barboth, but most of what I know about divination relates to the Grand Narukami Shrine. Fortune with cards is a first for me. Yeah. Yeah, but the main thing is that frankly it was always objectionable that they looked over it because they didn't want the attention. They wanted to draw the attention because they thought it would get them to clean their act up. Because I mean, the big thing is that objectively, the fans might have been crazy, but Infold is also genuinely an awful dev team that takes a lot of advantage over their audience because there literally are not any comparable products in the market. There's a new game coming out apparently called Silent Whispers that is apparently going to be trying to be high-quality 3D otome, but no one makes a game like Love in Deep Space right now, and no one makes a game like Nikki. Infinity Nikki, at least especially. They have full capture of their audience, and they don't need to be especially nice to them as a result. It's kind of a monopoly. If I do anything that breaks the proper ritual etiquette, set me straight. Okay. Well, yeah. This is, it's the moon, the reversed moon, oh my. The upright and reversed meanings of the moon are similar. Escapism, illusion, self-deception. How is she deceiving herself? Like someone traveling beneath a dark moon, having lost their way forward, but not knowing how to break free. That doesn't sound good, that sounds a little negative. Well, I guess that might be more about Mizuki helping people break free through therapy. Yeah, what is the meaning of this card? It's not like a warning. Someone's got a really bad feeling about this. What I will say, personally, honestly, is that when games do quality of life updates, it's not out of the kindness of their heart. They do it to try to bring people back in who've quit, or people who may be quitting to make sure they don't. The reason Zenless especially got so much and so many tweaks is because people were leaving it in droves and basically no one was playing it. I mean, the reason this game has not gotten a lot of patching up is because it's still the most popular Hoyo game. I mean, Star Rail might give it some competition, I suppose. But another deal with it is that this game has a pretty high console and PC ratio compared to Star Rail, for example. ZZZ has the highest, so a lot of the Doom posting regarding player numbers on Zenless is maybe a little overblown. But I mean, as an action game, as compared to an outright turn-based game with auto battle, there's a lot more motivation to play it on a console or PC compared to, say, Star Rail. I mean, I love artifact loadouts, but when the other games get quality of life updates, again, it's not out of the goodness of their hearts. It's indicative of deeper issues that they're trying to put a band-aid on. I mean, I've heard good things about the battle system in Ball of and Deep Space. Or do you mean Star Rail? But, I mean, it's also autoable. And, I mean, would you know how much of the player base engages with the combat system versus autos it? Because I've heard people saying that, like, most of it does just watch the movie. Have I? I mean, is that your decision, or is this some kind of test? However, since Miss Yume Mizuki can still hear this prophecy, it means the situation is not yet too dire. With a little effort, you may be able to exit the haze that obscures your path ahead and find what you seek. Do I have to earn Bala points or something? Get another Bala Fund donation? Escapism, illusion, and self-deception. Taking the card at face value, yes, to put it more plainly. You're running from an answer that's right before your eyes, searching for when you should be looking near. I guess asking us for help writing the movie, maybe? I don't know. Or just someone in Fontaine, but I mean, she's here. Okay. Are you saying there's someone who can review my script standing right in front of me? It's not limited to just the script, but how you interpret the meaning behind the card is entirely up to you. Mizuker, ... The answer is right in front of my eyes, yet I'm searching for when I should be looking near. I think I understand what you're getting at. Yeah, when you put it like that, I really have been deceiving myself, or rather, I couldn't help but search for it when I should be looking near. People hate Mizuki because part of it is that, I mean, around the time, especially, frankly, it was in part because of the whole Nalan situation where Kinich was the only 5-star guy, and there were barely any gods in general, and Capitano got killed off. But she had a weird kind of inexplicable crush on the Traveler in the story quest. At the end of the story quest, she says the moon is beautiful tonight, which you may or may not know is basically a historical Japanese way to flirt with someone. And oh goodness, she had, people argued, a kind of fan servicey design. She had the butt pose and burst. Also, she also just wasn't very good. And also, her patch had the whole, Hot Spring quest. Yeah, I have nothing against Mizuki. I mean, I'm very neutral on Mizuki, and the fact that she's going to be a strong Stellar Swirl on Fielder next patch, and really the only relevant one. I'm excited to use her, because I'm going to be able to get C2 for free without even using the free con event by just picking her on Anniversary. And when you put it like that, I really have been deceiving myself, right? I thought about visiting Yai Publishing House and asking Guji Friko Yai for advice, but then, from a clinical perspective, I suppose this counts as unconscious avoidance. Thank you for your divination, Lady Barbaloff. You really helped me find inspiration after Babarotsu-san. For what it's worth. Goodness. I wonder if there's anyone who calls Yai Miko Yai. Because, there are still some people who do reverse Japanese name orders still. Put personal in front of family instead of family before personal. That's so aggressively cursed. Miko Yai. There's no need to thank me. I did nothing. You untangled the threads of fate yourself, and really placed the loose ends in your hands. However, Guji Yai is also someone swept along by fate. She'll be here too for she was here already for her witch's revelation. Intertwining threads often bring trouble. Don't cross the streams. With that in mind, keeping your distance wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Which is basically saying Stellar Conduct and Stellar Swirl aren't going to work together all that well. If I simply asked for some feedback on my script, surely that wouldn't bring fate into the mix, would it? Sono unme. And as I said, how you interpret things is not up to me, Miss Yume Mizuki. I cannot see every twist in your future from reading a single card. Who can perceive every obstacle on the path of fate before it trips them up? Sometimes it's just like that little brat said, presumably Moaner. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Where is that line from? It's one of Mona's voiceovers. Oh, it's her voiceover from Chat Fate. Fate. Let me pull that up in game in a second. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, oh, oh. Anyway, Miss Yoka, I look forward to watching your film. Listen to her story. Thank you, Wiki. And again, that's Chat Fate. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Unme to unme. Yeah. Okay. Listen to the story. If the rolls go too badly, will you prey on the inhabitants of a nearby village or something? Got the signature. Got the VV. And it's another fast sword, Blizzard Strayer, Layla. Wow. Of course, it's a cryo team. Stellar Scroll isn't out yet. Right. Other additional bit of stuff here. And Team EM buff. Let's do this. Spectres! Oh, come on. I don't like you. Now we just drift around and deal some extra EM scale and animo damage. This is nice. Okay, cool. Do this another time. Have this going again. That burst up, just boost this roll damage. Cool, and Rift Hounds. Well, I really Pyro Swing. It doesn't matter that much, but still. Okay, and here we are. Yamashinaibe. And keep going. Nobushi. Okay. But it's an EM scaling multiplier, and it's pretty darn good too. Nice. Vast be the dream. That's the cons buff. And it deals another additional damage multiplier. Adds an additional attack. Nice. And it just gives more bonus, and big thing is res, and it's every element, not just the ones on your team you're swirling. So you can use enemy auras too, so that's good against slimes, actually. Could be. As silly as that is. Well, whatever. Damage and heal, and it's additional healing too. Doesn't require you to have her off-field to heal other party members, which is nice. It's also just free crit for her because of the additional actual damage she's doing with skill. Whose blood? Not mine, surely. Gonna have me do the DHL like I mentioned before? Aye. The moon I see, a truly special girl indeed. Make way for a special girl. Well, this can be a troublesome card, whether upright or in reverse. Suppose she'll be able to set her emotions in order. She heals those in emotional pain, does she not? I and the moon. Justice and temperance reversed. Moon. What was the moon in JoJo? Oh, it's like Deep Blue Moon, right? Blue Moon? Dark Blue Moon was the Stardust Crusader stand based on the moon. It was the underwater one. The imposter Captain Tennille, that's right. Not even a real character. And it just fights things underwater. There you go. Reversed moon. Tarot. Reversed. Hidden enemies, danger, calumny. It's a term for accusations. Darkness, terror, deception, occult forces, error, reversed, which is Mizuki. Instability and constancy. Silence, lesser degrees of deception and error. Yai was deception. I guess she's just lesser Yai. There you go. Chi-Chi. Curious form. Barbaros. And with this, I don't think I'll really be using Stellar, Beto, and Diona, really, because I mean, all they get is a minor buff to their C6s. It is what it is. Okay. I mean, it's a full trial team anyway, but it's fun to, I don't know, move the teams around when we go here. Chi-Chi. Hello. Oh! Talk to Chi-Chi, not to Barboth, but they're up here. Huh. With a Melusine, Melusine's even shorter than her. Nana. Oh, it's Blathine, the cop. One who needs all the help and commissions. It's coming back to you, Chi-Chi. I'm sorry. Gomen. There's no need to apologize. We still have a long way before we get to the point in Harmonia. Let's keep walking for now. I'm sure you'll remember where home is soon. Special form. Curious form. The big thing is, I guess this isn't anything to do with her whole deal of having 3 deadly selves, as Zebai mentioned in that anecdote. Meaning that if that does actually end up coming due, I guess Chi-Chi might end up being both Stellar and Leeway faction, which, I'm sure they thought of the idea of characters being in multiple factions at once, and they're probably holding that off for a real situation. Look, it's Chi-Chi! Nanagairuzo. She's with a Melusine. It's a combo common wasn't expecting to see. Very cute. Trevor and Paimon. Soreto. Paimon. Hello? You know, Chi-Chi, fantastic news. I ran into her while investigating your Wumedusa harbor. Judging by her size, I figured she was a human child. She is a child, right? I mean, yes, but also no. I am a Zhangxi. Our good friend. Aw, that's cute. Nana no shiriai-ka? Yokatta. A human child. Not just child, but human child. Ningen no kodomo. Right, we go way back. We're the best of friends. Heck, quick thinking. Chi-Chi had said she was a Zhangxi. It might have scared her half to death. I mean, the Melusines are supernatural creatures in their own right. Well, would the Melusine have even known what a Zhangxi was? Yes, best of friends. That's right. Aw. Chi-Chi of the Little Hexen Circle. Oh, this is a happy coincidence for sure, to be honest. This is the first time I've ever found myself completely at a loss. I take it you know about her memory issues. She can hardly seem to remember anything besides her own name. Nakanaka? Chi-Chi gets like that sometimes. Poor child, I was going to take her back to the Marcia St. Phantom and let her stay there for a while, but I hope she might get some of her memories back on the road. Since you're such good friends, I take it you know where she lives. It would save a lot of trouble if I could take her straight home. In Leeway. It's a bit of a ways off. Enjoy your vacation. You know, but it's a very long way from here. Not just to Chenyville, but all the way down to the harbor. Northwest end to southeast end. Yeah, exactly. Have you saved up your vacation hours? And how does overtime, how does hourly pay for Fontaine cops work? Yeah, Blathine is going to abuse overtime policies to claim money from the public purse. Very long way, huh? I followed a Celia all the way to Wumedusa Harbor. People were talking about how that would have meant crossing the water from Yuan Wharf, which people were saying, was the Sealy trying to drown her? Or I suppose it meant more on the lines of Chi-Chi was using her skill to ice bridge. I remembered something would happen before that. Because the big thing is, with Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi gets her cooldown on skill from 30 to 15 now, with her new buff. So she could probably use that to perma ice bridge. As the issue with Chi-Chi not being able to ice bridge with her skill was just the cooldown. Before that, Dr. Baiju took me on his rides at Yuan Wharf. Went to gather herbs nearby and then... Nandake? What about Nana-dake? Oh, Baiju took you to Yuan Wharf, right? Detective Paimon. Oh, it's the mustache glasses. Think she knows what happened. Baiju took Chi-Chi to visit patients at Yuan Wharf. She got lost while gathering herbs, saw a Sealy, and followed it all the way to Medusa Harbor. Oh, good thing Paimon and the Traveler read Robin vs. Chesterton. Simple deductions like these are a piece of cake for Paimon now. You do know that books are a work of fiction, right? And again, the Chesterton mentioned the detective context as a reference to G.K. Chesterton, an English author who wrote the Father Brown series of detective novels. Oh, well, that checks out. Take Chi-Chi back to Yuan Wharf right away. Dr. Baiju is Chi-Chi's guardian Izzy. You must be worried sick. Wait, those people in Borlois Prophecy. Wasn't Chi-Chi one of them? Yeah, come over here and draw. The crazy thing is that Baiju was in the trailer, implying he'd show up, and I guess he isn't. They baited us with Baiju. Well, maybe he'll be for Rongrass. That would be nice at least. Oh, you're right, Paimon almost forgot about that. Barboth, are you there? Can you hear us? Oi, Baberosu. Okay. And also... No need to shout, I've been here all along. Simply didn't want to interrupt your conversation. Whistling is the default state of any good fortune teller. The Sealy's so-called guidance could also be considered the guidance of fate. Now, since you're here, Chi-Chi, why not let me read your fortune? Well, to be fair, I guess it would have been trying to drown her, because before the revelation, her skill cooldown is still 30. That's seconds. That's 15 seconds uptime out of 30. Sealy really was evil, huh? Really said, let's drown this zombie baby. If you can't be buried, we can take you to a watery grave. Deeply unpleasant. I see some things. So this one apparently has some special post-quest dialogue. We will see that in a second. They mentioned Yuan Wharf for a reason. Let's see what her... For real? Oh my goodness. That's whack. Chi-Chi, why don't let me read her fortune? Fortune? Read her fortune. Oh dear Barbie, well, I may interject. Really not suited to talking to children, you know. You're scaring the poor girl. Let me check this one now. Listen closely. This is how you deliver a little surprise gift. Surprise presento. Little Chi-Chi, member of the Little Hexen Circle. Exactly. I'm the mother of your ally Kui, Auntie Alice, the greatest witch in the world. This time they translated Majo to witch, at least. Nice to meet you, Arisu Owasan. Konnichiwa. Oh, what a sweet, polite little child. Come now, an auntie's friend, another great witch. For you, a wonderful surprise fortune-telling party. So this time they're translating Majo as witch instead of mage, which is good, because Majo is literally magic woman. It is an explicitly gendered term. Fortune-telling party. What do you think the odds are on Pantolone actually being playable? That's right, look at the cards in front of you. Aren't they pretty? Do you like them? Kirei desho? Steki janai? Aren't they wonderful? I like them. Aww. That's wonderful. Now, can you pick one for me? Is this one alright? Is it gonna be death? No, it's The Hanged Man upright. Interesting. Because she's dead? And of course, and because we're so wonderfully well behaved, that card is yours to keep. You know, when Jojo, the Hanged Man, showed up to attack you through reflections in glass. Thank you. Would it be better for Satoi to come home at 67, 68, or 69 pity? Because 67 would be the earliest, but also that's cringe brain rot. 69 would be funny, but that'd also be longer than 68. I guess you could split the difference. Thank you. Alright, Barbie, break time's over. Come help little Chi-Chi with her reading. You don't need to shake me awake. I've been listening the whole time. Upright Hanged Man. Very few people draw this card. That means you're very special, Chi-Chi. It symbolizes transcendence and waiting, and also detachment from the everyday world. Okay, well, there you go. Should I manifest for you? Do you have a build ready for her? Because you could use Satoli in this current abyss pretty capably with Arla. And of course this theater, because it's got cryo. There are shackles that bind you, but you yourself have no desire to break free from them. Done there. Shackles, do you mean my orders? At least on the surface, you wouldn't be wrong to understand that things in such a way. As for your future, all you need to do is wait. Of course, it's not like you lack for time, but oh my, how strange, how very strange. Oh yeah? Okashine? Hold up a second, you're saying too much at once. Give the poor child a moment to breathe. This is probably more or less saying she's gonna get a Leeway Hex, whatever Leeway Hex is buff to. Shion faction. Because she is technically an Adaptus, a Shion. Fortune Preserver. But Chi-Chi save her a little gift first. You really do need to show a little more patience with children. Oh my goodness. I mean, what if you just messed up and turned me into a vampire too? And then we're enemies for the end of time and I'm like Alucard or something. I don't know. What do you think, Chi-Chi? Do you like your surprise? This card is pretty, thank you, Auntie Alice. No thoughts, head empty. Oh, good girl, you did such a good job in remembering Auntie's name. Auntie would love to chat with you some more, but it's time for you to go home. If Auntie Barbie has more to say, then the next time the Hexen Circle meets, she can make a promise for every little witch who attends. Wouldn't that be lovely? Oh, goodness. So, in other words, they're foreshadowing both Chi-Chi probably getting a Leeway faction buff, and Yao Yao probably getting Rhymegrass. Because it's Chi-Chi, Prune, Yao Yao, Kui, and who was the fourth one? Sayu. Yeah, probably foreshadowing Chi-Chi getting a Leeway faction buff, Sayu maybe getting Stellar Swirl, and Yao Yao maybe getting Rhymegrass. That's a whole lot. Could you not add to my workload without asking me first? Because Prune and Kui obviously have Hexerai already. Then it's settled. See you next time, Chi-Chi, and all of you witnesses. Nana-chan. Bye-bye, Auntie Alice, and Auntie Alice's best of friends. Otomodachi? Phew, is that all over? No, did those two voices just come from this doll? What kind of toy is this? So cute working out by a Dodoka. Yeah, I will say... I can always use more nemesis. I mean, obviously we already have Bala, but... Can't hurt to have more. Call it a toy.
話は終わったのかな。さっきの二人の声、このぬいぐるみか。
Kono Nuigurumi. Yeah, this doll.
あ、違う違う。
No, no, that's not important right now. Chi-Chi, let's go find that doctor Baiju of
白
yours.
術さんを探しに行こう。
Sagashi Niko. It's time. Chi-Chi should go home. See you next time, traveler in Paimon. So she'll leave before the buffs come. Huh, interesting. Take care, stay safe. Gift card. Card gift, look pretty. Hex and Zirkle gift card. What do you buy with that? Well, kire. I'm gonna listen to Chi-Chi's story, but before that, we're over by Yuan Wharf. Where though? Around here. Thank you, Wiki. And he's just right over here. There we go. Ah, that's right, I did get her trail. I think that's everyone I needed to see, but where's Chi-Chi? She can't still be gathering herbs, can she? I'm right here! Look at me! Perhaps you should prescribe yourself some medicine to stop you overthinking. Still plenty of time left until her orders say to be back. You know, let me try something. Well, we'll try that after we get buffed, but also, that should stop after we do the quest, right? Well, we got an instance. Something we can just go and refresh our plans. Oh well. And Sandy and Rowan are here now to accumulate friendship. We'll see. You know, that's a good idea. You know, Bala is my nemesis and you can be my rival. It's like Sonic and Shadow versus Sonic and Eggman. Or I guess kind of Shadow and Eggman. Or Shadow and Black Doom. Or Shadow and God of himself. Shadow has a lot of nemesis. Yeah. Is he still there? These quests are fun. Did not expect it to refer to as birthday letter. He's still here right now. Let's check that birthday letter real quick. And this is that Rio birthday letter mentioned from that quest. This is a little trip to Nodcry. Okay, let's go do Chi-Chi's fight. And we do have Diona's fight to do too, because we triggered that kind of out of order by accident. Oop. Okay. Listen to the story. And you have to back up to talk to you. If we get too close, we can't talk to you. And there's no dialogue for her for the class. Listen to the story is easier from. Interesting. Alright, Chi-Chi. It's really just the coordinated attack and the stellar damage bonus. Well, Starfield buff. And it's with a Kaching. Stellar Kaching? What the heck? Skyward Blade, Song of Days Past, Thundering Fury, Primordial Jade Cutter. It'd be nice if I could use our Kaching cons, but what are you gonna do? Okay. Oh well. Hi there, and it isn't worth using your burst, because, well... Let me see something. Well, it would mark both of them, that's right. Cooldown time. That is arguably better, actually. You can still try using the burst to just apply the talisman to everyone. Right. There we go. Alright, here we are. And... Cool. And it's really just damage bonus from the Stellar Conduct. It's pretty cool, all things considered, honestly. And it Here we go, and getting a lot of energy here. Yeah, let's over was energy recharge for this. 447? Or 340.8. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it just direct normal damage from touching using the buffs the Stellar Conduct grants, because it grants a just buff to Electro and Cryo damage proper too, which is pretty cool. Okay. Alright. Here we are. Not getting any quills from that, but that's okay, I guess. And we can hit you too. That's fine. Get that shred from hitting you. Nice. And if we have to do physical, it will also work from Stellar Conduct too. Not amazingly well, but yeah. Okay. Finish this off with just the burst again. Pretty darn good. Yeah. But it... 7 Sacred Treasures. That's fun. I mean, the big thing is that... the Stellar Conduct reaction buff wasn't really doing anything, because Kaching does not have a way to directly deal stellar damage. The 15-second reduction is huge, though. This is decent. Coordinated attack's big. And it also just... it's kind of a Stellar Conduct nuke. It's a pretty nice Stellar Conduct nuke, but... it could maybe build her for damage, I guess. Not really, not really. Still want to build her on tenacity, especially since she can't use the stellar buff set well, because she only has this one instance of direct stellar damage, and on a given stellar team, any given stellar team, you want Cryo Aura, so she's not going to be able to trigger the stellar reaction herself. She's not going to be the reaction trigger, which is what the condition of the buff set is. This is big. That lets her use that burst, which is important for this one, which is a set of 4 gigantic Stellar Conduct quills. I don't think she's getting anything for Stellar Swirl, though. Well, I don't know, she might. We'll see. It's just additional healing. And it's just attack, which is really just for this. Alright, we can try real quick. Let me see if she can actually... Ice Bridge over to the wharf now. Well, to Harbor from wharf. Now that's a 15-second cooldown. Should be able to. I think. It'll take a minute. Yeah, there's overlap. The last little spin around that'll add some cryo happens before, you know, a little bit after the cooldown refreshes, so we do have the ability to keep this going. Well, she can make it over. Let's try this team real quick. Oh, that's right. We need to take these pieces from her, and she no longer wants these pieces. That's right. Eventually we're gonna want to build this, and yeah, it's gonna be tenacity for her. Aloy has... Wait, who was holding the... No one was holding the tenacity pieces, that's right. Okay. We'll just have to search for him then. Filter... Oh, I mean, better to get it at 6-7 than 6-8. Beautiful things may happen. Maybe. That ain't bad. Tech and... Energy recharge and, well... Quite frankly... I mean, honestly, sure. Just base attack. We don't have one that gives base attack. We're not leveling this right now, but... Then an attack circlet. Have I been leveling one? No, not right now. Energy recharge and attack, maybe. Guess this is the best for now. We're gonna get one off piece, most likely. Crit rate, crit damage. It's a 4-liner with base attack on it too. Do we have one with energy recharge at all? So again, we're trying to maximize her attack. And she doesn't actually need all that energy, but this is fine. This is fine. And we do have a couple of pieces that we've been... Wait, no! I haven't actually leveled the pieces, that's right. I had been strongboxing Tenacity, but... I was kind of waiting to see if the Stellar Support set would be better for her than Tenacity, but it kind of isn't. Percentage attack and energy recharge is good. It's the same, but also EM, which is fun, I guess. That's a 4-liner, which is big. Attack and ER. Yeah, this is going to be where we are for now. And hit. It's a good one, too. This is the big one. That's right. Energy recharge and both kinds of attack stat. This is more or less the same, but it's not a 4-liner. Because, well, that wasn't a 4-liner either, but it's already leveled, so... What do I care? Got a lot of good pieces, really, along the way. So she should have enough to get that burst back from the coordinate attack we're destroying, but we will want to level that. Long term, okay. Now she can make it over. And there we are. Yeah, she wouldn't have been able to make it before. That Seaway was definitely trying to kill her. But with that cooldown reduction, she can definitely swim all the way to the wharf. You know, half ice bridge, half swim. She's no Sandrone, that's for sure. Oh my goodness, okay. No! Well, she's drowning now. That's fine. Okay, let me try this. It's, not really built at all, but... Let's give Sandy Mailed Flower and test this out against Bronzewalk real quick. Sure. Yeah. That's fine. Here is ostensibly our stellar team. It's got 2 kinds of damage, so... Okay. Nice. No, I wanted to switch. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. It's still pretty capable. 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. We go for those, and you're gonna need a bit more energy recharge. Oh, that's fine. 1, 2, 3. I do a lot of stellar conduct damage. What? Wow. Well, interesting. The Sealy did win. Something. In a battle with this Sealy, and the Sealy is winning. She is going to need some more energy recharge, huh? Alright. If she wants that burst up every rotation, which, I mean, she should. It would be good. And also, she actually gets Particle Gen on her E, which isn't mentioned, but... I should have tested whether she had that before, if it was added by... It's too late now, that's fine. 1, 2, 3... okay. Ouch. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3. We did manage to successfully get that going at least, but man, okay. Kind of wish it was front-loaded, because she almost needs the energy more. Whatever. 1, 2, 3... I forgot to put Nicole back on. I'm an idiot. Whatever. Okay. 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I guess it's every other rotation thing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. E and then bursts. Right. It's interesting. Yeah, she's gonna need a good deal more energy recharge to get that back for rotation, and I'm not sure that's really in the cards. 2, 3. And keep in mind, I mean, Sandy is not fully leveled, talents aren't fully leveled. She's not using her signature. It's fine. Ah, cool. And ouch. 1, 2, 3. Here we are. Fun. That was interesting enough. Yeah. Don't think I'm making it to the moon today. Alright. Give you back your not really leveled at all signature, sure. Okay. Shoot you with that hanged man. Oh, sweetie, stop causing me so much trouble. I came out here for a break. Why then am I not getting one? Oh, come on, she's a good friend at Queez. Please, we're both Queez. If Queez friends are happy, Queez will be happy too, and that makes me. Your happiness is not my concern now. It's out now. I have papers to organize. Fine. No, I don't want anything to drink or any cookies or cakes, and I certainly don't have any desire to pet a kitten. Thank you. Make sure you shut that door tight. Fine, I hear you. Toxic Yuri. I mean, arguably that'd be cheating. She is married. Okay, the Hanged Man. Let me check. I mean, this is a name that's only in tarot. A pittura infamante. Defamatory painting of someone executed. Oh, none are extant. Interesting. We don't have any remaining frescoes of them, just drawings. That's fun. Okay. Hers is upright. Wisdom, circumspection, discernment, trial, sacrifice, intuition, divination, prophecy. We were doing divination and prophecy. That's okay. Reverse is selfishness, the crowd, and body politic. Huh. A sacrifice for the greater good, effectively. It's probably of the great work in alchemy. Hermeticism. Barbois Trismegistus. Interesting. The typa. Okay. When I saw Filthought, I knew that. Filthought is a word that they use to sometimes censor that in translation if they're trying to translate Manji. What do you mean about room for one more? I'm going to be doing all these, but it is going to take the whole time, most likely. All the arguments and rants have taken time. Unexpectedly. So finally we're here, and Beto's is the one who's last. But they put the 5 stars more or less in order, but after the 4 stars. Interesting. I said room for one more about Nemesis. I can always use more enemies. It's Dioner time. Put her in here, replace Alice, Nicole, or something. I don't know. She won't even be on the team. Let's make it daytime again. Okay. It's into the story. I mean, it's not gonna do much because it's just her coordinated attacks, which is nice to keep up cryo, but. And it's Razor. Interesting. So Fizz Razor? Yeah, Fizz Razor. Snow Tombed and Glad. Made it in Sack, and it's just additional cryo to keep the reaction up, I guess. And this is the only one that, well, I mean, it's EM boost. Stellar boost. Though apparently that upgrade got leaked back in 6.6 before the feature was even actually being made. Before we had any indication of Witch's Revelation as a system. And it did mention Stellar Conduct and Stellar Swirl, which is how we knew of its existence. So personally, the cryo ones are gonna get Stellar Swirl added. I guess I could check the leaks, they'll probably say. So I guess we would be using Chi-Chi for Stellar Scroll 2, maybe. Okay, here we are. That's fine. And let's go for it. And Superconduct. On to Oh, but we don't have Hex active, do we? Interesting. A non-Hex Razor. What are you doing? Okay. And here we are. It's just the physical we're getting out of it. Whatever. And... Come on. Stone you a little. And it... Don't like the crow getting applied to us and slowing us down. Well, actually, it seems we're fine there. Right, because the Electro that we've got on us prevents it from affecting us. That's right. Okay, cool. And just a little more. This is very feeble, honestly. Whatever. And here we go. And boom. How to use that damage bonus. Cool. On to... It's fine, but not award-winning. Okay. And now we got you again. Alright. Slam. Last one is a Electro Rogue. My goodness. A non-Hex Razor with just Diona gaining minor Electro-only damage bonuses through Stellar Conduct is... It's certainly something. Okay. And... Come on. Die. Choice treasures. Yeah, that's the only thing that's changed. Just some bonus, which is nice, but I mean, I guess that's kind of around what Alyosha manages. Stellar Conduct State. The interesting thing is that Alyosha is technically a healer, so is Chi-Chi. So Rethesli doesn't actually have an especially amazing Stellar team right now. I mean, it'd basically just be, I guess, Odette, Cryo Traveler, Yai, and him. Because the 4 stars are no good, really. I mean, even well, I mean, maybe until we get Cryo Traveler's Constellations, get Cryo Traveler's Sword upgraded, which is going to require another Snizai expansion to drop, because you upgraded by Darkness Snizai Sentries with 7, and goes to 6 upgrades, so we start with 4. Can't max it out yet, can't even take it to 90 yet. But, oh, as I was saying, just, oh goodness. Alyosha, Diona, Chi-Chi, they all heal him. He doesn't want that. It might be Beto. I imagine people are going to calc and see if you use Beto, Cryotrav, or honestly, maybe just Nicole, because right now we're using Nicole on Stellar teams to buff Sandrone and Yai's attack. Let's see what happens, but yeah. Presumably Odette, him, Odette, Yai, because Yai's currently Stellar Conduct and Effa. And then someone out of Nicole, Cryotravel, and just Beto. It's silly. I mean, he could use the shield, but Nicole would do that too, so... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Beto. How to remember her card, too, that's right. So what that deal is all about. Dioner. Oh, that's such a polite child. Mona, 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 you best read her fortune well. And you know what? I'll send my dear people another letter. Might as well see how much her hydromancy has improved in the meantime. And it's the reversed High Priestess. And it's... Well, I didn't know this is a reference to Pope Joan. She's in Fate, too. Well. And... Upright is the secrets, mystery, future is yet unrevealed. Won't you interest the query of male, query yourself a female, science, tenacity, mystery, wisdom, science. Verse is passion, moral and physical ardor, conceit, and surface knowledge. She's passionate about making bad drinks. She's stuck up, but she doesn't understand it. She doesn't understand that she could stop people drinking alcohol by using her talent to make non-alcoholic drinks that taste good. Stupid child. Yeah. Right over here. Hi, Sammy Games 2026. But yeah. Pope Joan. Ian Ryder Waits. Correspondence to the Moon. Yeah. Passion, moral, physical, art, or conceit, service, knowledge. Again, you can say it with it. With it showing, it's passionate about stopping people from drinking, works hard, she's stuck up, but she's dumb because she doesn't understand that she could stop people from drinking alcohol by using her talents to make non-alcoholic drinks that taste good. Stupid child. But I repeat myself. It's nice to see you. Sammy Games. Who is that in the picture? Oh, nice. We're almost done, actually. So, let's not make your family too mad. But how is that? Are you at least having some fun? I should hope so. But it's nice to see you here. How you doing? We're just finishing up the Witcher's Revelation quest to get everyone buffed. Yai does not have... I'm gonna get her C1 from the free con event next week, which is gonna give her a very, very nice Stellar Conduct team bonus, which is huge. She's basically Stellar enough, especially with that. I do need to make her... I need to level these pieces, get some better pieces, because only a few of these are any good. For Sandy, I need to get a good Superconduct set for her. I need to level a Tenacity set for Chi-Chi. Hopefully with a bit more energy recharge so she can reliably use her burst. That might require an ER Sands. I'm not entirely sure. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll have the ER Sands last, or Sands last, to see how much ER she needs. And, I don't care for Beta and Diona here. See what happens. Maybe you should roll for Sandy. Well, actually, maybe you should roll for Yai, because Yai is more important for Stellar Conduct. Chi-Chi with her buffs is a great Stellar Conduct character. If you have her C6 or get it eventually, you get some really strong quills for Stellar Conduct specifically. That make her a pretty nice buffer, but it is reliant on using her burst, so you do want to make sure she has enough energy recharge to use it every rotation, either through lucky substat rolls or just giving her an energy recharge Sands. Because Sandrone right now is the only Stellar Conduct DPS that can enable the reaction herself. And she's an on-fielder, so if you want to use Sino or Rithesli, who are strong, you have to have Sandy on there, not supporting the team, literally dead slot. Well, to be fair, she does boost the team damage a bit. A Light of Rationalisme, which is probably going to be Stellar Conduct Light of Rationalism next patch, but... like with Anefa, whose Moonsign Benediction Assemblage Hub at the end of Not One, before Not Quite Proper, it was just Assemblage Hub, before other Moonsign Benedictions came to play. It's just this for now. But aside from the minor reaction damage increase for the team, she's just sitting there enabling the reaction. Next patch we're getting Odette and Cryo Traveler, who can also act as a DPS. If you want, you can have Cryo Traveler being your on-field Stellar Conduct DPS using Chi-Chi's buffs. Nothing is stopping you. Yeah, Stellar's great. They combined new reactions of Lunar and buffing old characters of Hexerai to make what is genuinely a very cool system. It is a little limiting, but in the same way that anything that requires kit compatibility is limiting. And the big thing is that it buffs old characters. What was egregious about Not One and Not Cry is that Not One didn't buff anyone before. There wasn't really anyone who was getting new life in the meta from the way Night Soul worked. And unlike Furina letting anyone use Marcia Say, Mavica was entirely selfish and required a full Not One team in most, except for Bennett. Well, Bennett is Not One, he just doesn't have Night Soul. So it is a full Not One team, kinda, to work worth a damn. And then you get, in the cutscene at the end of 5.1, you had Mavica give everyone a Red Night Soul blessing, which does imply to me that they probably intended Mavica to kind of be a Night Soul Furina before they backpedaled for some reason or another. Money, greed, probably. And then with Nodcry, Lunar was stupidly restrictive. Sandy's a Cryo-Stellar DPS, Odette is a Cryo-Stellar support. They enable and can use all reactions. Sandrone is actually going to be able to use Stellar Scroll next patch and enable it. Though you're probably going to want to use her Stellar Conduct instead because it buffs her direct damage. Whereas for Stellar Scroll, she's just kind of sitting around on field, and Stellar Swirl, you want to proc the reaction as much as possible. Stellar Conduct is about getting a lot of Electro and Cryo hits, which gives you a buff for the number of Electro and Cryo hits you deal. Rapid hits are big, she does that. Stellar Swirl is all about proccing a bunch of Stellar Swirls. So since she doesn't have any Anemo herself, you would probably be better off just using a character like Mizuki, who is an Anemo on-fielder who doesn't have it now because Stellar Swirl doesn't exist. Kind of confuses me why that Sandy is going to work with Stellar Swirl. Why they didn't put it in the game now, but hey, whatever. She's going to get it next patch, and Mizuki will get Stellar Swirl in her kit next patch. Not to enable it herself, but to use it from other characters like Sandy, Odette, Crowd Traveler who enable it. But yeah, it's interesting. It's fun. Yeah, Chi-Chi is actually capable now. Cooldown's 15 seconds, so she doesn't have to do anything special like use Sacrificial Sword to get her skill having permanent uptime. Gives the team reaction damage bonus. Pretty darn big. And at C6 she gets Quills. She's actually very good now. Presumably, Alyosha, the 4-star Electra we're getting next patch, is a bit better for her when he's at C6, for Stellar Conduct specifically when he's at C6. But again, since Chi-Chi is Cryo and Odette, Cryo Trav, Sandrone as Cryo characters have been generalists, seem to be generalists working at least decently well with all Stellar reactions, even if they might kind of prefer one, because again, Sandy is probably not going to work all that well with Stellar Swirl. Chi-Chi will probably get... You know what? Let's look that up right now. Stellar Swirl Chi-Chi. Oh... Let me see. Stellar Swirl mentioned in the kits. Phrase Maker, I can't find the weak sub right now, but apparently... Okay, these are all the characters that got... Okay, yeah, they did. I'd rather check the sub, but that's fine too, yeah. Characters with Swirl in the kit got Stellar Swirl added to it. Characters with Stellar Conduct in the kit who are Cryo got Stellar Swirl added to that. Okay, so Chi-Chi is generalist too. So next patch I'll probably be running something like Chi-Chi, Odette, Mizuki, and Sandrone, and Sucrose for a Stellar Swirl team. That's cool. Then you're gonna get her on the 69th. And then we're all gonna say nice. Clearly. Okay, Beto. Is Beto bisexual or a lesbian? The greatest thread in the history of forums, closed after 100 pages of heated debate. She has one voice line for the swing that sounds like Hornet. Let's check the... I thought I heard something that sounded like a Shaw. Who's got Polaris? Really? It's kind of a Shaw, I guess, but I guess her normals don't count as voice lines for the voiceover? That one sounded like a Shaw. That one is our Hornet. No worries. It was a short time, but it was fun. Before you go, let's not miss this opportunity to join the fan Discord. Okay, thank you. Regardless. Yeah. Voyager. See ya. And Jerry Druix. So what you're saying is that this card I drew is actually pretty good. First one to actually have it out already. Voyaging instruction, that's right. This one is actually kind of long. It's not that long. Fate is simply fate. It makes no distinction between bad and good. Well, this is Genshin. However, talking solely about the upright strength card you drew, when its interpretations actually fits your profession well. You know, in JoJo, strength was a sand that was literally a weaponized boat operated by a monkey. The boat part makes sense, but calling her a monkey isn't very nice.
力は
This card symbolizes passion, courage, confidence, and desire, as well as perfect unfaltering love.
完璧で迷いのない愛を象
For
徴して
Ningguang and Kaza, depending on what you think. And oh, it's... Oh, that's a Gold Funkukusor Tyrant. Fair. Yeah, I mean, you'll get her, presumably. It just might be a more painful process than it could be otherwise. So what team are we going to put together for Arle once you get Satwali? Do you have Shionin? Card symbolizes passion, courage, confidence, desires, perfect unfaltering love.
どのよ
No
うな
matter what
突
surprises
発的な
fate
事
throws your
態
way,
に
I
直
believe you
面
will
し
take
ようと
control
も
and steer a
お
steady
前なら
course.
その場を主導し掌握できるだろうね
Fair. It's not like this game encourages people to delay gratification. Oh, don't flatter me by our rules. A good fortune means paying extra for the reading.
いい毛が出たら代金を
Oh,
払うの
nice.
が私たちの掟でな。ほら、机
Here,
の
I'll
上
leave
に
my
置くよ。
coin pouch with you. If you
も
have
し
the
時
time,
間
get to
が
read
あ
the
れば、
fortunes of my
私の
crew.
船の仲間
Very
たちに見てやって
selfish.
くれないか？
That's why it's Polaris, and her hangout, which I did years ago. I mean, she talks about people coming and leaving, how she doesn't expect people to stay together, but is their guiding star for that time. I mean, her name, Beidou, is literally Chinese for Big Dipper. A lot of people talked
そん
about
なことを
how
頼まれたのは初めてだよ
a lot of the characters involved here had some connections to bears. Because, you know, the Big Dipper, Beidou, is also Ursa Major. You know, Diona, or Diana, is, you know, Artemis, who had connections to Callisto, who was transformed into a bear. I think with Wesley, they were just like, I mean, he is a wolf, also a big mammal. And then... Okay. Oh, it's first time I received a request like this. Between 1 and
あ
10,
いつら
or...
は南から北まで風に吹かれ波
Between
に
1
揉
and
まれな
10,
が
it's
ら
probably
何年も
5.
後悔してきた。みんな
You
山
sailed
ほ
the
ど
ship
の
from one
悩み
corner
を
of
抱え
Tibet
込
to
んで
the
るは
other,
ずなん
braving
だ
the winds and waves. Pokemon! Winds and waves? Well, no. After so many years at sea, there isn't one among them who doesn't harbor troubles of their own.
あいつらの
I may be
親
their
子と
captain,
ね
but there are things even I
私
can't
じゃ
help them
解
with.
決してやれない問題もある。
Stellar Kaza. Well,
せっかくあんたみたいな占い師
so
に
running
出会え
into
た
a
んだ
fortune teller like you, it
船
made
に
me
来
think
て
you
もら
might
っ
be able to
て
help set
あ
my
いつ
minds
ら
at
の心
ease.
につっかえてるもんを解消してくれないかと思ったのさ。
Oh, goodness. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think. If I tried to represent my name in Goju-on... No, not Goju-on. It's the numerical code Japanese. What's the name again? Oh my goodness. Goro Awase. Goro Awase. That's right. Numeric substitution, phonetic matching in Japanese. Interesting. One native... Each digit has at least multiple readings. There's no sheen. Go for a 6, but... Can't really do... Oh, Goro Amase with my pseudonym here. That's sad. Oh, welcome back. Chopstick ice cream. I like 63. I like a lot of... Oh, power's a 9. Maybe 81. Because it's both... Oh, goodness. That's 3 hypercubed. That would be the term, right? Hypercubed. Because that's past a cube. It's... I mean, I'm not trusting the AI overview. Squared, cubed, hypercubed, tesseracted? What comes next? There's no standard. The tesseracted hyper... No one is saying it besides Reddit and the Google AI. I don't like this. Okay. Probably, if I had to say, maybe 81. It's a nice number. I like 9. Maybe just 9, honestly. Maybe just 3. 3s, 5s, maybe a 15 or 225. I don't know. Which is, of course, 45. 225, that's divided by 5. 5, 45, 9 and a 5. I like 9s and 5s. Honestly, it's probably 225. That's 3 squared and 5 squared, so... both numbers I enjoy. I'm not talking about enjoying numbers. They really need to just kill me. I've committed so many crimes today. I yelled at someone who wasn't Bala. I argued with Bala. And now I'm taking too long in the damn quest. Come on. But it... oh... is it anyone we know or anyone you can say who you're man in the booth for? What a nice guy. What a nice guy. Went to a fortune teller. Yeah, exactly. As for recompense, that won't be a problem. We've done good business on our way here. And dragged in quite the haul. As intriguing an offer as that is, I'm afraid I'll have to pass. I fear there aren't enough cards in my deck for such a sizable crew. Well, it's... you know, you've told us before that you do proxy business. You go in to represent someone who can't make it there and man their merch table. Well, I mean... I guess, but... I mean, anyone there of note who we might be interested to hear about? I guess. Beto. Trevor Pullman, I haven't seen you in a long time. Eager to have your fortunes read too. Hey, Beto, what are you doing in Fontaine? I mean, it was kind of a shaggy dog story. Because I argued with Bala, and then she accused me of never taking her side. Then she yelled at the new person, and then I yelled too to try to make good, which also made bad. Truly, there is no justice in this world. What about 201 specifically? Because that's 3 times 6, 7. I'm gonna kill you. Did you not realize that was 3 times 6, 7? I'm here on business, of course, and to help a certain someone scout out new trade opportunities while I'm at it. A certain someone, I'm guessing it's Ningguang. Our esteemed Tin Quan, of course. Exactly. I think this might be a win for the lesbian Beto faction. And a loss for the bisexual Beto faction. Who knows what kind of scheme she's cooked up this time? A few days ago, completely out of the blue. She tells me there's good business to be had in Fontaine. But did you realize that? Were you thinking of that? Sorry, I just had to use my Asian powers. My half powers. Yeah, exactly, I'm half good at math, because I'm half Asian. Interesting. Does it have any special qualities? Don't ask my opinion, just whips out a detail. Whips out. A detailed itinerary and tells me to follow the trade route it outlines. Turns out she already sent people to scout ahead. I haven't had any urgent business lately, so I went along with the whole thing, and what will you know, it's been plain sailing the whole way. What was supposed to be a 2-week job got wrapped up in just over 1. I figured since we're already here, we might as well stick around and have some fun. So I gave the crew some shore leave to kick back and relax. Matter of fact, just yesterday I booked an event space at the Hotel de Bourg and a lot of us drank up a storm. As long as I actually get your substats and all of what I'm running on Chi-Chi, I can probably afford to run an attack sands on her and just max the quill value. That doesn't say much to me, but if it does the job for you, you know, I've been argumentative enough today already. I think I can let this one slide at least a little bit. Yeah. The crew's still sleeping it off at the hotel, so I thought I'd venture out for some fresh air to sober up. But I only made it a few steps before this fortune teller stopped me and asked me to draw a card. So you've already drawn one. I mean, sometimes it's because of me, sometimes it's because of Twitch. I mean, in the room I'm in, my sister's room, because she's not here these days, she's off at college. I mean, the Wi-Fi's been a lot more reliable, but, I mean, in the end, the best my Wi-Fi's been was when I wasn't using Wi-Fi, when I actually had it downstairs plugged into Ethernet, which was a scheduling nightmare. Yeah. In Chicago, really? Have you enjoyed Chicago at all? Is that possible? I can't talk to you. Okay, fair. So I've already drawn one. Well, we saw that. Here it's a strength card. Looks like it's a good one, and since it's the right side up, I think that makes it even better. Upright strength. How should Paman put this? It really does suit you, Beta. It certainly does. Now let me explain the other meaning it holds. I mean, what about it do you like specifically? Does it have a funny sound in Romanian? Does it just look nice aesthetically when written down? Past life trauma? Don't tell me it's bad news. I wouldn't say it's good or bad, and it's not directly related to your fortune either. It's a little after-class musing now that you're reading as well. It's clear that you possess both powerful outer strength and an indomitable inner spirit. To borrow a metaphor, you are a lantern in the dark night. You dispel the darkness and guide lost souls on their forward paths. We got 14 minutes. But you must know that it's not only the lost and weak who are attracted to the glow. Bugs cling to the lantern, competing for light and heat. The buff is nice, but honestly, I'd kind of prefer a Beta SP. Believing that it can keep them warm, the light burns more intensely, only by doing so will its radiance not dim. No, it would be best if someone could drive these bugs away. Because if no one does, perhaps one day the flame will consume its remaining fuel, all for the sake of a few unworthy pests. Yeah, exactly. Only hundreds. So somewhere between 999 and 200 then, huh? For your big Romanian vampire lifespan. Are they gonna put you in the next Castlevania game? I mean, Mean of the Horror is kind of a Castlevania game. What'd they cast you as? If that's your concern, I don't think there's any need to worry. I have a friend who knows how to help people figure things out, and well, she enjoys taking care of pets who hide in the corners. Oh, that's probably Yelan. Another loss for bisexual beta truthers. Oh, okay. Fair. I've never been one to use numbers in usernames, because either by using gibberish or, frankly, foreign words, I have rarely had to worry about my username having been already in use. Oh, cool. I mean, that's one of the places that didn't blow up at the end, so I guess you got it kind of good. For a friend to have, judging by her tone, you must really trust her. She doesn't sound like someone who would easily lose her way. Her huff, if she were the type to get lost, I doubt anyone in Liyue would know how to stay on course. You know, it's still kind of crazy that Roran from the Pearl Galley has not been seen after 7 years. Some people, myself included, thought Yelan was going to be Roran. But I guess since the Pearl Gallery is literally a brothel, they didn't want to make that a playable character. Take this trip, for instance, she's the one who pointed the way. Oh no, it's just Ningguang again. Da-da-da. Okay, fair. I have some more self-respect. I mean, masochistic is one thing, suicidal is another. Oh, it all makes sense now. I was just thinking, if she really wanted to do business, there's no way she'd let me kick back and relax. Suppose this is what you should expect from the Tianquan. You've been given someone time off requires an elaborate ruse. Yeah, so basically, Ningguang just wanted to give you a holiday. But why make you take such a massive detour so no one else can make you do work? I'm sure she'd say something like some detours are needed, only by taking them can the shortcuts be found. The detour was always the shortest path. I mean, with all the tarot, I guess they do have JoJo on the mind. I'll never be able to unravel the twists and turns of her mind. How she still needs me to help expand her trade routes, though, so it's not like she'd do me harm. Okay. It is Queen. It's definitely a lot easier to remember than, I don't know, 87542. No, there are also just more numbers there. Like a 274 would be harder to remember, really. Just the earlier on they are, maybe. I don't know. As her strength card will remain up front, breaking the waves and forging a path ahead. Oh, it's actually just Saurians in general. We got the Yumka, Kahoa Whelp, Iktomasaur, and a Kukasaur. I don't see a Tepetwasaur or a Tatankasaur, though. Oh, well. Yeah, I guess you could say that these are all ones that weren't really given the attention they needed, because, I mean, we were with the Tepetwasaur for the whole quest. I guess Tatankasaurs are just getting the shaft this time. Well, look at the time. I better head back and check on my crew. See if I can't sober him up a little, getting them ship-shape and ready to sail. Traveler Palman, waiting fortune teller. I hope to see you around. This card is a rare treasure. Can I keep it? Probably not, huh? I'll just take one last look. Chi-Chi kept hers. No, I mean, kids are special. A light that guides the lost and those who come for more than its glow. Interesting. If I have the time, I should pay another visit to Liyue. Oh, so presumably... Oh, maybe, I don't know. Honest to goodness, Diona's buff because of the stellar bonus. Well, there are a lot of ways to get stellar bonus. It might honestly be stronger than Beto's, really, but... If Beta was also intended to get a Liyue faction buff, I should hope so. Maybe that's why. Being given two slightly smaller buffs to compensate as opposed to one big one. I guess we could see Barboth being connected to Liyue buffs too, because it's not like there's a dedicated Liyue witch. And so far, 2 out of 2 times buffs have come from witches. Listen to Beto's story. Hooah. Hooah. And it's Beto and Chongus. I mean, only the C6 gives a buff, and that's not Stellar Conduct related, it's just you get another easier to charge up power anyway. That's cool. Basically, now she just functions like Yunjin and Candace. Can Candace parry? Does she charge up faster if she blocks some? It's been... I mean, I've used Candace in theater, but I haven't really thought about anything other than just off-field Hydra for her. Why would I? She sucks, sadly. I mean, the whole deal where Dia's Gauntlet is Shesapunk and Candace's Shield is Bennu, hopefully is foreshadowing some kind of similar buffs eventually. Probably just throwing out threads in case they ever actually want to do something for that. Okay, we've got the Hexrite and technically Witch's Revelation this patch, so I could see more Witch's Revelation and then Liyue buffs coming in 7.x. I mean, I don't mind. It's not hard. I mean, there's a reason they added a condition that makes it so you literally can't even die. But still. Okay, yeah, you can block that. The really funny thing is that this was meant to make her a specific support for Sino Hyper Bloom. But, I mean, alright, I guess. Okay. Hi there. And there we go. Nice. Big damage. And hello. Big damage. Oh my goodness, that's actually quite strong. Holy crap. Go and boom, boom. We don't have her burst right now, but that's okay, I guess. There we are. Oh, you're big. Good damage. We're gonna have to use this in a somewhat silly order, huh? That's fine. And I mean, we could have just parried that. Whatever. Strong. And Ditto. And nice. I think that parry actually got it. Yeah, but you know, using Beto in a single target situation is also random though. Okay, let's try the parry maybe. Nice. That's fine. It's silly, it's silly. It's not especially good. Let's block some, actually. Boom! Not really, got Polaris. And now it's just Cryo Shred 2 that's... I mean, the EM boost is nice, but I still think she could deal with a few more buffs. And, okay, cool. Now that did take the whole time. Well, the big thing is that if the skills aren't hitting the minis reliably, Diana can shoot them. And the big thing is that with Diana C4, while her burst is up and she's in the field, she actually gets really, really fast charge time on her arrows. So that might be the reason if you've got that C4. But, yeah. I mean, it's if you've got a character you want to buff with some Alewa-cons, I mean, Charlotte's just also kind of bad, really. But the other thing with Charlotte is that she can't just mark and pass over like Nahida. You'll have to be in frame when you use the skill, but, That Wheeler Captain here, a single word I said. No, of course not. Well, that's upright strength for you. All crashing waves and forward momentum. Possible to slow down, torrent, and surging vigor. Till the day something fun makes her stop, turn back and face the real test. Let me see that then. Okay. Lust! For strength, presumably. But cardinal virtues. Temperance and justice. Fortitude. Prudence. Minciate deck had virtues. Oh, interesting. 97. Expanded suit of trumps. I've thought about making a game with the Madman. Papa Uno. The 5 popes. Emperor. Presumably Hierophant, I guess. Emperor and Empress and of. Oh, the lovers. Midsection. Missing virtues. Speranza. Speranza? That's a not great. Hope, prudence, faith, and charity. And one's for just elements and 12 zodiacs. Okay, that's cool. I've thought for many years about what I'd do if I made a game myself. It'd be a MMO Souls-like, where the magic elements are ultimately based on tarot cards. Because fire corresponds to the basic suits. Fire's wands, wind is swords, earth is plates, discs. There are many ways to say it, and water is cups or goblets. Yeah. This guy. Lust for Mizuki. And apparently Satwali. I mean, these ones are... They don't have the trump. Oh, it's Judgment. Okay. Right, so it's, yeah, correspondence in the... Marseille, which is the base deck, right? The star, the moon, the sun, the world, Judgment. These don't have any. But scales might be injustice. Crab is on the moon? Weird. Aquarius on the start. Nude. Uh-oh. Line on strength. So some of these have some connections too. I could work that in. Maybe. Twins on the sun. Gemini. Water boat on. A ship instead of the devil. The House of God. That's not one that exists. The devil is there. Interesting. 26. The world. It caps at 22 usually in most decks. Why did Firefox not get hidden? That's lame. I tried to hide it. Buh. That is a good look. That is objectively a very good look. Upright strength is power, energy, action, courage, magnanimity, also complete success and honors. That's Bano. Versus despotism, views of power, weakness, discord, sometimes even discord. Well. Masculine wheel in the sun. I mean, I'm a Virgo in tarot. What card is associated with Virgo in tarot? What does Wikipedia say? Oh, the Hermit. Holy crap, that means I'm old Joseph Joestar. Wow. And Hermit, Arcana. Yeah, I did get this one. It's the Academia card. So in theory, I guess they could maybe, unless they wanted to repeat, have up to 44 characters get Witch's Revelation. You know, counting all 22 cards and... Oh, it's 22, right? It's 22, right? All 22 cards in both upright and reverse. Yeah, I mean, well, tarot cards, you don't get them from birth. It's, you have the deck and you draw for it from fortune telling. It's just that some of them, some people believe have connections to... Oh no, it goes to 6. No, it goes to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, yeah. No, I mean... No, it is 22. I kept counting and didn't stop myself. I'm losing my mind. Oh, whatever. Yeah, but that's where it is. Oh, nice. Do you mean like the astrological sign or like the other kind, the other meaning of Virgo? That might be a bit too intrusive. Pretend I didn't say anything. I mean, that was definitely too intrusive. You know what? Let's finish this out by having them fight Raskolnikov or something. I don't know. Oh, that's fine. Having Nicole on the team's good, just to endure the pyro attacks. This was the intended result! We did the bit and we backpedaled! This is the cringe comedy that I love so much. Yeah, okay. Let's keep going. So do 1, 2, 3. Well, that's right. Well, I guess we can use this to get more energy for future or something. I don't know. 1, 2, 3. We got this up. Interesting. Yeah, if you got that ready right, we gotta give you mailed flower for now. Instead of the signature that isn't leveled, and I don't really have time allotted to go to the moon right now, so oops. Okay, let's do that. Let's kill this guy real quick, and yeah. These quests are fun. I got to look up tarot on Wikipedia and talk about JoJo, my two favorite things. Wikipedia and JoJo. Exactly. Well, arguably, Sandrone might be maybe better. They're kind of about the same. I like the quality of life of the shield, really, but we'll see. I'll test things out once I actually have the characters leveled. Okay, and I don't know, with all the articles, she might be able to actually get things going. I don't know. We're just gonna fight you on. 1, 2, 3. Nice. And you should be putting up your... No? What? You're taking your sweet... Oh, it's probably because of an HP breakpoint and I'm not hitting because it's too sweet. Oh, there we go, I guess. Cool. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Come on. 1, 2, 3. They are still connected, that's good. And... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and burst. Nice. Yeah, that's true, but since you have to have Electro, she's hardly getting that much shred in the first place, is the thing. So it's not bad, but she's not at her full capacity. If they had Stellar Freeze, she would obviously be amazing, which is why they're probably never making Stellar Freeze, or anything like that, or Freeze, or... Yeah. They don't need to make a character who is very strong, but specifically niche, any stronger than she already is. Cool. And Yai is doing a good amount of damage here, too. Let's finish with the burst. There we go. Nice move. Yeah, sure. What specifically do you want to test? I mean, she isn't built, and it's nice how big that field is. I mean, it's interesting that they make it sort of spatially limited, but the only thing that means, I guess, is just if you're playing multiplayer, you're not going to be able to have it apply to people who are in a different place. Because there were some abnormalities with healing bursts. If I recall correctly, Barbara's could heal people from the other side of the world. As long as they were in the same instance maps or to that or something else. But to that versus anything else. Yeah. No one has a stat counter yet. I mean, do you want me to just test that out against something? And see if it works at all? I mean, you can just, I don't know, compare that team's performance to this team's performance real quick. Maybe. Well, if we're not using this team at all, because she won't be built... I won't finish building her for a while. Need to do the event. I need to finish out Stygian so I can know what pieces I'm working with Stellar Conduct-wise. Yeah. Let's just see. Sandrone Jansson Escoffier. Official. So I'd probably run it the order of Escoffier... Jansson official. Official Jansson, actually. Because I don't have that C6. I have basically no uptime. She should be running energy recharge, that's for certain. No, there's a energy recharge Night Soul Codex lying around somewhere, right? I think. Well, no, she should be fine. I mean, it's got Hydra on the team. This guy. I mean, Oh, and also, this guy forgot. Clockwork Maiden's Wealth, Sandroni's outfit, having been reborn, she has decided to make herself a new outfit. A new person certainly merits a new dress. Naturally, such an undertaking cannot fail to incorporate Lady's refinement, elegance, and magnanimity. Ah, yes, perhaps a prayer that shall remain undamaged in battle and unstained by coffee or tea would not be remiss. Can have this for now. Okay, you can change that in combat. Yeah, I mean, nobody really knows. Because they changed the way stacks work multiple times in beta. Because first it was hits, then it was applications, and now it might be hits again. I'm not sure anyone knows for sure. It's that crazy. Okay. Fine. We're just gonna put this down here. Schreier Gus. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Well, we can just get out of the way. Isn't it nice being a ranged character? It was ridiculous. I mean, Aneth has had a new reaction, and it was nowhere near as ridiculous. Alright, well, we can't use that every rotation, huh? Oops. Whatever. Oh, it'd be so much nicer if this character was built. Oh, whatever. 2, 3, and... Focus. Yeah, it's... Without the ER sound, she's only getting it every other rotation. Hold on. Come on. And... Stand down. I roared. At least we didn't get hit this time. We should probably delay things if that attack is coming out, because I don't have a good way to avoid it, honestly. Whatever. And... Okay. Let's go. You have the ability to heal him up. Well, not quite. Come on. Oh! Ouch. At least that burst heals everyone. Okay. Yeah, this is tragic. I mean, again, the artifacts aren't fully leveled, not fully counted, not even fully level 100. I'm 90. Even still. Whatever. Okay. Okay, Oh! That's right. There's a stat counter. I'm actually an idiot. Yeah, Yeah, you can just watch my screen. What am I talking about? I love AoE. I love AoE. Okay. And... Nice. Cool. And that works fine. more of that for you. And here we are. Okay. We're just gonna whittle him down. We got healing, we got lots of things. Again, I like that cancel, because it's not hard to do. Reminds me of Never. And here we are. Oh, whatever. Alright. And send that down. Gotta line them all up. And ooh, did not expect to get hit by your physical projectiles. Okay. There we are. And we can run that again too. But this is legitimately kind of insane. Oh, okay. Did not expect to get knocked out of that. Yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it is interesting that in theory she's kind of AoE, but still. Okay, so once I finish whittling this guy down, I guess that's freedom. Okay, what? Well, let's see how this goes without Fisher. Not well, I imagine. Yeah, not happening. Well, let's use the actual team real quick and see how it goes. I'm locked in. I'm invested. Oh, I mean, obviously, that's going to be Alyosha next patch. Then probably just Alyosha, Odette ideally, or at least Cryo. I mean, Electro Resonance is not something the team really cares to have, honestly. As long as you have Cryo Resonance for the crit, you're pretty okay. Yeah, let's make this happen. Let's try this one. It is funny that even in Stellar, Yai's Burst is worth using, but only at C4 or higher. Because it gets a 100% damage bonus from that C4, which is just... It's like, okay, you tried. Yeah, that was 7 or so stacks. Maxed out like 12 or something, right? Oh, whatever. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, having a shielder is very, very nice, I will say. 1, 2, 3. Well, alright. 1, 2, 3, and nice. And yeah, just like so. Actually, we're getting an okay amount of particles, but yeah, Chi-Chi should be fine once we actually level tenacity for her. That will be Shield's holding up. Okay. I'm excited for this team to actually be good, which will take a hot second. 2, 3, nice. And we can iframe that. I'll kind of. Switching out of her after that burst is probably just a little bit of end lag, it seems. 1, 2, 3. Well, again, the stat count is actually a little bit less, because Nicole isn't doing anything, but her value is just that high. Wonder how this would go with Esco. Let's try that. Stacks are nice, but we can get Stellar Conduct in other ways, or just boost our attack and get stronger damage. It's just one piece of puzzle, so... Oh well. All the trash mobs here are a nice amount of health, just getting things going. It is important for AoE to get the talisman on everything too. Okay, that's fine. Cool. And more Frico. Yeah, alright. 1, 2, 3. It is interesting that she is a non-catalyst character with unconditional elemental damage on charge attack. You know, it is maybe a little clear that maybe they envisioned her as a catalyst character. Understandable. Well, thank you for popping in. It's always fun. This is literally the last thing I'm doing, so... No pressure and no pain. Well, there's always pain. Sonora, I can do you. 1, 2, 3, and okay. Yeah, she only needs a little bit more for this fight, but again, all the trash mobs are making it a little disproportionate different. But yeah, without Reno, you need some pretty crazy brute force guns to make this work, which I have had before. It's not now. Okay. Thank you. It takes a second after you skill to be able to switch out even. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Ooh. Wow. But again, you can't really sweep over like a need anyway. Whatever. And yeah, we're getting 10 stacks without too much issue, but some of that is probably also this hour. Oh my. Well, he couldn't kill him fast enough, so without Lunar, we can't use this team of brute force. So that's our answer. We failed. Oops. Yeah, it's level that tenacity, level more disenchantment for Sandy and Yai, and I mean, this is our team for now. It's pretty darn nice. So we took a minute, I guess, past what I might have expected, but I mean, it was fun. Again, I'm kind of surprised that even the Witch's Revelation took that long, but hey, we got buffs. If Sandy actually had an artifact set and a source of moon robots to level this thing, he'd be in a pretty nice position, alas. So on that note, we can all be a little bit sad today. We'll leave it on you. Sayonara again, every pony. Yeah.